Report of the Auditor General on the statements of foreign exchange receipts and payments of the Bank of Ghana for the half year ended 30th June 2024.
Honourable members, the report is duly presented and it is for distribution for members. Items numbered A2. Yes, the Auditor General is referred to the Public Accounts Committee.
Annual report of the District Assembly's Common Fund for the year 2023.
Report duly presented and it is referred to Committee on Local Government. A3.
Annual report on the staffing position of the Office of the President for the period 1st January to 31st December 2024.
Report duly presented and it is referred to Public Administration and State Interests. Item numbered 7B. Is that ready?
What's the 7D?
The formula on the composition of parliamentary delegations. Is it ready?
Yes. Are you sure? Yes. Delegation. Yes, it is. Okay.
Then let's move to. Yes?
Speaker, D is ready, so we can lay that as well.
Very well. Item number 7B.
Yes. As well as C.
Report of the leadership on the formula for the composition of parliamentary delegations and other parliamentary groups and associations.
Yeah, this is procedure. Nobody has bowed to that. I saw the leader got up. He got up. He did not bow.
He didn't bow.
He didn't bow.
No.
Maybe it's inadvertent. It may be inadvertent, but he didn't bow. Leader didn't bow. All the earlier ones, he bowed well. Yes, so and I saw his heart.
Honourable members, report duly laid and it is for the distribution to members. Item number 7C.
Speaker, C2 is ready, so that too can be laid.
Third report of the Committee of Selection on the recomposition of standing and select committees.
Report duly. Yes.
With respect to 7C, this is a committee chaired by the Right Honourable Speaker. I thought the leadership would rather seek leave, your leave, for him to do it. He's not close with the powers to lay it.
Well, Honourable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I have the powers to lay. So, Speaker, yes. It's just the lay. Speaker.
So just seek leave to lay it on behalf of.
Speaker, may I seek your leave to lay this?
Honourable members, leave is hereby granted.
Third report of the Committee of Selection on the recomposition of standing and select committees.
Report duly laid and it is for distribution to members. D. 7D. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, the
Reports of the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies, itemized as D7D I Roman numeral 4 and Roman numeral 5 are all ready for lay. So, with your permission, I will have them laid.
Please do.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby lay the reports of the committee, itemized 7D, Roman numeral 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, report of the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies on the annual budget estimate of the National Media Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Report of the Committee on
Report of the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies on the annual budget estimates of the National Media Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Report of the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies on the annual budget estimates of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice for the year ending 31st December 2025. Report of the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies on the annual budget estimates of the National Commission for Civic Education for the year ending 31st December 2025. Report of the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies on the annual budget estimates of the Audit Service for the year ending 31st December 2025. Report of the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies on the annual budget estimates for the Electoral Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Honourable members, the report numbered item number 7D 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are duly laid, and it is for distribution to members of this House. Item numbered E.
Speaker.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, respectfully, E and F are not ready, but my indication is that item number K and M are ready for laying.
So do we take it that apart from K and M, others are not ready?
Speaker, may I seek your leave to lay K on behalf of the chairman of the committee?
Very well. Item numbered 7K.
Report of the Joint Committee on Local Government and Rural Development and Chieftaincy, Culture and Religious Affairs on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly presented, and it is for distribution to honourable members.
Speaker, may I seek your leave to allow the honourable member for Medina, who is a member of the Constitutional Legal Committee, to lay the report on behalf of the chairman. Speaker.
Leave hereby granted.
Report of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs on the annual budget estimates of the Office of the Special Prosecutor for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Honourable members, the report is duly laid, and it is for distribution to honourable members. M2.
Speaker, may I again seek your leave to enable the honourable member?
Leave accordingly granted.
Report of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs on the annual budget estimates of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid, and it is for distribution to honourable members. Honourable members, let me have your pleasure,
Speaker,
to acknowledge the presence of students from the following institutions. 1. Akachi Senior Technical High School, led by Ajujoli Stephen Kujo, a teacher. They are from Akachi South, 45 in number. Honorable members, Akachi South is within Speaker's constituency. Bogosu MA Basic School, led by Samuel Kesson Ajay, also a teacher. They are from Prestia, Huni Valley constituency, 42 in number. Mauli EP Junior High School, led by Chahe Emmanuel, head teacher. They are from Ho Central. And Ho Central, the member of parliament is Kotosu. There are 134 in number. Honorable members, on my own behalf and on behalf of this August House, I wish our students a fruitful stay in Parliament. You are highly welcome. Yes, Honorable
Speaker, I just got the indications that items number 7E, F1, 2, and 3, and item number 7G, H, I, J, and L are also ready for laying. Mr. Speaker.
So, honorable members, let's take those items one after the other. Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
You see, my friend, he's beaming with smiles, and I'm cooperating with him. I'm giving him all the cooperation. Ultimately, we want to ensure that our preparation is passed. Yeah, he should do the other things too. That will make all members smile, just as he's smiling.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, just take note accordingly.
Speaker, keep taking. I'm very grateful. Speaker, may I, in the circumstance, seek your leave to lay all this on behalf of the chairman of the committee, Mr. Speaker.
Leave is hereby granted. Chief Whip, are you a member of the Roads and Transport Committee?
Speaker, I'm not.
What of the Minority Chief Whip?
Speaker.
And we have agreed to do it.
Very well,
yes.
Very well. Go ahead. Item numbered 7E.
Report of the Committee on Roads and Transportation on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Transport for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly presented, and it is for distribution to members. Item numbered 7FI.
Report of the Committee on Public Administration and State Interest on the annual budget estimates of the Public Service Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid, and it is for distribution to members. Item numbered FII.
Report of the Committee on Public Administration and State Interest on the annual budget estimates of the Office of Government Machinery for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid and it is for distribution to members. Item numbered 7FIII.
Report of the Committee on Public Administration and State Interest on the annual budget estimates of the Office of the Head of Civil Service for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid and it is for distribution to honorable members. Item number 7G.
Report of the Committee on Parliamentary Affairs on the annual budget estimates of the Parliament and Parliamentary Service of Ghana for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid and it is for distribution to honorable members. Item number 7H.
Report of the Committee on Youth and Sports on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Sports and Recreation for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid and it is for distribution to honorable members. Item numbered 7I.
Report of the Committee on Gender, Children and Social Welfare on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid and it is for distribution to honorable members. Item numbered 7J.
Report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Item numbered 7K.
Speaker, K has been
taken.
So we move to L.
Then L. Item numbered 7L.
Report of the Committee on Economy and Development on the annual budget estimates of the National Development Planning Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Report duly laid and it is for distribution of the honorable members. Honorable members, let me acknowledge the presence of Ms. Esther Mwambu, Deputy Sergeant at Arms, Uganda Parliamentary Service. She is visiting the Parliamentary Service for 1 week. Honorable member, you are welcome to Ghana. Yes, any indication?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We have to go back to item number 6, statements, but is to enable the leaders of the House to conclude. But Mr. Speaker, may we seek your leave to take one statement from a member so that we can get the leaders ready. I'm sure after that the leaders...
Honorable leave is hereby granted. May I have a copy of that statement?
There are two statements. I mean, one apiece.
Let me have copies.
There's one on the blasters. Shall we begin with that one, Speaker? Sorry. Oh, this one is current, to leader. After that.
Honorable members, in the circumstances, let's take statement by Honorable Damta Amma Apianima Salam, Member of Parliament for Efija Kwabre South Constituency, on the Black Stars' victory against Madagascar.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Speaker. I rise with great pride and joy to congratulate our local Black Star on their impressive victory yesterday against Madagascar national football team. Mr. Speaker, this victory is a testament to the team's resilience, skills, and unwavering determination to make Ghana proud on the international stage. The Black Stars have once again demonstrated the spirit of excellence that defines Ghanaian football. Their hard work, tactical discipline, and teamwork have brought glory to our nation and rekindle the hopes of millions of Ghanaians who passionately support them. Mr. Speaker, I commend the players, the technical team, and the Ghana Football Association for their dedication and commitment. This victory is not just a win on the pitch, but also a unifying force for our country, reminding us of what we can achieve when we come together with a common purpose. Mr. Speaker, the success of the Black Star is not an overnight achievement, but the result of sustained investment, planning, and support from various stakeholders, including past and present administrations. I would like to recognize and commend the former government for their contributions to Ghana football, including infrastructure development, youth talent nurturing, and strategic investment that have helped shape the team we celebrate today. Mr. Speaker, this victory is a reminder of what we can achieve when we work together beyond political divides. The Black Stars have once again united Ghanaians across all regions, religions, and political affiliations, providing that our collective support is the backbone of their success. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate their success, I urge all Ghanaians to continue supporting the Black Stars in their future matches. Let us stand firmly behind them as they strive for even greater achievement in Africa and global football. Mr. Speaker, there is no stopping now. We are going to the World Cup, and I know our boys will make us proud. Yeah. Once again, congratulations to Black Star. Long live Ghana football. Long live Ghana. God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the statement on the victory of the Black Stars against Madagascar was ably made, and it is for a contribution. Yes, Honourable Eric Adam Agbana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement in accordance with Order 93.5 of the Standing Orders of this House. Mr. Speaker, I commend the maker of the statement for bringing this statement to the House. However, while commending the maker of the statement, I wish to extend my gratitude and congratulations to the entire Black Stars team, and also to the Sports Minister, the Honorable Kofi Idi Adams, whose leadership has been commended across board among the sports fraternity. Mr. Speaker, I am a football person. Mr. Speaker, I have been in the football fraternity for at least 15 years now. And sports people are of the view, members of the sports fraternity, I have been in sports management, football management for at least 15 good years now. Mr. Speaker, those of us within the sports fraternity, are of the view that for the past 8 years, we have suddenly seen a certain positive environment within the sports sector because of the exemplary leadership of the Honorable Sports Minister. Mr. Speaker, prior to our game against Chad, the President himself met the players. He was at their training. The Minister was there with them throughout. NSA officials have been with them. And we can all, Mr. Speaker, we can all conclude that because of the encouragement and the unwavering support from the government of the day, today the love is back, and the GFA does not need to embark on a love is back campaign any longer. We saw that as they won 5-0 against Chad, and the 3-0 victory that they shot far away in Morocco yesterday. Indeed, all of us can conclude that the real Black Stars is back. The reset Black Stars is back. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, due to the leadership of the sports minister, we are confident that Ghana will go to the World Cup. Regrettably, we lost out on the African Cup of Nations for 2025. And I believe that the sports minister will lead us to the World Cup so that Ghanaians will enjoy the beauty of the game. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable members, comments are supposed to be brief, not exceeding 5 minutes. Honorable John Dako.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I thank the maker of the statement, Honorable Dalmata, the Honorable MP for Efija Kwabre South. Mr. Speaker, in fact, this is a very good statement, and we thank the Black Stars for putting out all the energy to win the 2 games for us. We are happy when the Black Stars are winning. We are hoping that they will continue to win, make us proud, so that we will all go to the World Cup. But, Mr. Speaker, on Friday, I happened to be at the stadium for the first time in so many years, and I made an observation which I believe this House should take into consideration in our subsequent meetings with the Sports Ministry. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, for the first time, I went to the VVIP section of the Accra Sports Stadium, and I was amazed that the VVIP session was so overbooked, was so overcrowded, and that members who were sitting could not even see the stadium to watch the ball. And then on the right side of the stadium from the VVIP session, a particular part of the stadium had been blocked for safety reasons. In the course of the match, the particular session was opened and the place was filled up. In fact, it took an announcer at the stadium to warn the spectators not to lean on the metal rail guards at the stadium. Mr. Speaker, we've known and we've seen the stadium disaster, May 9 disaster, what it caused this nation. And so I'm using this opportunity to appeal to the Sports Ministry, the GFA, and the officials in charge of the stadium to be wary of the way they issue tickets when we play football matches in this country. And the fact that they can actually oversell or... Oh, I've done that already.
Honorable member, continue.
And so, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important that the officials in charge of our stadia do not continue to oversell tickets or allow more people than are supposed to be allowed into the stands. It is a very dangerous thing I observed on last Friday, and I believe that it should be taken up. On that, I thank the maker of the statement again and wish the Black Stars very well. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Please, you have the floor. Please, you have the floor. You have the floor. Please, your microphone off.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure because he's behind a pillar, he wanted to be fast. So I pardon him. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Football today is the biggest industry in the world. And my prayer is that as a country, we've not taken much advantage of it. But I wish to congratulate the Black Stars and the whole of Ghana. For so long, we lost touch with our football. There was no love again. But as at the last Saturday, the Black Stars gave us a massive victory. And the possession was even 57 against 38. It cannot be coincidence. I believe it stands to communicate something better to us, which we won by 5-0. You see, in terms of football, Mr. Speaker, Ghana has always been so good. I want to remind Ghana that around 1963, the Black Stars played a friendly match against Real Madrid, and we played 3-3. As at then, there was no team that could stand with Real Madrid, but we were able to play 3 against Real Madrid. And that was 2010. We went to the World Cup. We qualified to the quarterfinals. We were a step away, just 1 penalty away, to reach semifinals. It was rather unfortunate. One of our players kicked the ball away, which we've been told he's a card-bearing member of our brothers from the other side, which he was.
Member being.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm mindful of it. It cannot generate into any debate because he was the leading member for the sports side with the campaign team. So it cannot generate debate. It's a fact. Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that now, if not the last Saturday, we lost touch with our football. We even lost 2025 African Cup. We are not part of it. But we want to thank the current sports minister for bringing life back to our football. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure everybody that football cannot be played on any field. As at last year or so, we were told we wouldn't be able to play football in Ghana, all our stadiums. There was no stadium that was fit for purpose. But today, in our budget, we stated that we are going to rehabilitate the following football stadiums. That is the Baba Yara Sports Stadium, Accra Sports Stadium, Esipong Sports Stadium Phase 1 and 2. We are committed to making football unique again in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, with nothing more to say, I wish to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment on this statement. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I'll give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yauboma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me commend the maker of the statement and also put on record that we appreciate the performance of the Black Stars. We stood here about a week ago to tell them how the country feels hurt by their performance. We don't want to politicize our national team by making comments that will generate debates, but to put on record that the current minister or the current management of our football, national football team, inherited a team that was on top of the log already. Inherited a management team. The Black Stars were on top of the World Cup grouping. You can check the facts. He's saying no, but he should check. Number two, we asked them to at least win the next 2 matches, which they did, to garner the 6 points that we required of. But, Mr. Speaker, the Black Stars are ranked about 75 on the FIFA ranking, and that is not where we are supposed to be. If you look at, if you know where we as a country want our national team to be, we want our national team to be at the levels that took us to the last 8 in 2010. That is where we want our national team to be. We encourage them to play better and to be at the level that will gladden the hearts of Ghanaians, Mr. Speaker. Madagascar, Mr. Speaker, is ranked 116 out of 210. Chad, 176. Mr. Speaker, this is just the preparatory steps towards the World Cup in Canada, Mexico, and the United States. Watching the team, we still lack the creativity in our midfield, and we still need some playmakers. Ghana football is used to playmakers and skillful players. We can't find them in the team. They had to even drop Ernest Nuyama to play in that role. Yesterday, he even started from the bench, Mr. Speaker. So we want our Black Stars to be at least at the level of 2010.
That is what we are talking about. But we wish the Black Stars the very best. We know that they will qualify for the World Cup and ensure that Ghana attains greater heights in football. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe this will bring us to the end of that statement. We take another statement. Then, very well, leadership.
Speaker, the statement originated from our brothers and our sisters on the other side. So we started.
Okay. So
if we can take one more from our side, then.
So, Honorable Samson Ahi.
The performance in the last two matches. Mr. Speaker, we all know that in this country, politics has divided us. The only football that brings us together. And that is why we have to commend the Black Stars for bringing the football life again in this country. Mr. Speaker, I am particularly happy when I saw the President John Dramani Mahama, before the match with the Chad Republic. President Mahama visited the team, and if you listen to the fatherly advice that he gave to the players, the inspirational advice that President Mahama gave to the players, Mr. Speaker, what we can only do is to say a big thank you to Mr. President for that inspirational message that he gave to the team, which has resulted in scoring 8 goals in 2 matches. Mr. Speaker, 8 goals in 2 matches. You are comparing Chad, their rankings. What is the rank of Comoros? Madagascar, they came and they defeated us here. So just comment where it is due. Mr. Speaker, we also want to commend the Minister of Youth and Recreation. Just two months. Just 2 months. Just 2 months. All that we need to do, including the minority, is to pray for him, to pray for the sports minister, so that God will grant him the enablement, so that he can steer affairs of sports activities in this country. I also want to commend the technical team for what they have done. Mr. Speaker, I think that we commend the Black Star team highly and pray that they do well for us to qualify for next year's World Cup. And I know, by God's grace, and with the support of government, and with the personal intervention by the President, Black Star is going to qualify for the 2026 World Cup that will happen in US and then Mexico, so that Patrick Boamenko can go and on this note, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Leadership, any indication?
Speaker, on our side, I will gladly yield to
Honorable Abna Osei-Asare.
Osei.
You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague who made a statement, and also congratulate the Black Stars for putting our hearts at ease with their 5-0 last week and then with a 3-0 this week as well. But Mr. Speaker, it is not just what we see. There are a lot of things that we do behind the scenes. And so I expect that we don't just come here and sit and talk and encourage, and just speak and congratulate the president for a fatherly whatever. They all have fathers, so I believe that before they left home, their fathers advised them. Yeah. It is not the fatherly whatever that the president gave that made them win that election. Yeah. But I believe that it is something that they have been doing consistently. The consistent training, and the training did not start in 2 months. It started way back. So we build teams and we make sure they succeed. Mr. Speaker, but my only concern is that we don't see a lot of our local players in there. And that is what we should look at. We don't see a lot of our local players, but here we are every day saying that Adie will fear Oye to wait. We should, grow our own things. We should handle our local, we should appreciate what we have at home. But we don't see our local players. Most of the time, it's the foreign players we call. But yet we have teams, the Kotoko, the Samatex, and all those other teams who have very good players. So, Mr. Speaker, we are calling on the National Sports Authority, we are calling on GFA, and we are calling on the Minister for Sports to make sure they do everything possible for us to see the local people in the Black Stars as well. And then, Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, my brother on the other side mentioned the fact that they are going to renovate the stadiums, they are going to do this and that. But when you look at the budget for Ministry of Sports, there's no capex. It's zero capex. So where are they going to get that capital expenditure to make that, to do that renovation that he's talking about? So, Mr. Speaker, he should come again, or the minister should tell us where he's going to get the money, since there's nothing under capex for Ministry of Youth and Sports. But it's my hope. It is my hope that we will renovate all our stadiums and make sure we also encourage our young people to take up sports, not just the Black Stars, but all the other disciplines are also very, very important. And so we should also spend money on them as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, majority.
Speaker, may I yield my place to the Honorable Chair to do this?
Yes, Honorable. The floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for indulging me to comment on the statement by the Honorable Member, and also thank the leadership for yielding to me. Mr. Speaker, we all remember about a month ago, His Excellency heard that Ghana reclaims its lost glory in the international stage, and Black Stars have responded appropriately. Mr. Speaker, last Friday, Honorable Patrick Yabuama issued a battle cry to the Black Stars, and they have responded positively. Honorable Speaker, Ghana has a checkered history in the Black Stars in the World Cup tournament since our maiden edition in 2006. Thank you, leader. Where we defeated Czech Republic, we defeated United States, and only got eliminated by Brazil. In 2010, Honorable Speaker, Ghana made history by becoming one of the only 3 African countries to have reached quarterfinals, and was only denied a semi-final berth by the infamous hand of Suarez. At this moment, Ghana is on the threshold of going to United States, Canada, and Mexico, having won this double header, annexing 6 points out of 6, putting Ghana on the top spot with 15 points. The nearest country Closest to Ghana is Madagascar, which is on 10 points. What that means is, with the remaining 4 matches, we have our own destiny in our hands. All that we need to do is to win 3 matches, and it doesn't matter what happens in other matches. Mr. Speaker, this is a clarion call on each that
name of Honorable Dorcas Afro Tofi on the economic empowerment and financial literacy of women. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to speak on an issue that is not only fundamental to gender equality, but also critical to Ghana's economic growth.
Honorable Speaker, I'm guided. The presence of His Excellency, the presence of His Excellency, John Dramani Mahama at Accra Sports Stadium prior to those matches contributed immensely to the results we saw in Accra and in Morocco. And finally, Honorable Speaker, those of us who were in Accra Sports Stadium on Friday will testify that Accra Sports Stadium has seen a massive facelift in the last few months. Just last year.
Honorable Member, your time is up.
Just last year.
Honorable Member, your time is up. Honorable members, we recognize another statement in the name of Honorable Dorcas Afro Tofi on the economic empowerment and financial literacy of women. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to speak on an issue that is not only fundamental to gender equality, but also critical to Ghana's economic growth. The economic empowerment and financial literacy of women. Mr. Speaker, for too long, women, despite their significant contributions to our economy, have faced barriers to financial inclusion. Nearly 44% of businesses in Ghana are owned by women, yet they struggle to access credit, investment opportunities, and financial education. Addressing these challenges is not just about fairness, it is about ensuring Ghana's economic prosperity by unlocking the full potential of half of our population. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend His Excellency, the President, and the Honorable Minister for Finance for their commitment to women's economic empowerment by allowing seed funding for the Women's Development Bank in the 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, this initiative is a transformative step toward bridging the financial gap for women, ensuring that they have access to affordable credit and financial resources to grow their businesses. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that when women thrive economically, families are lifted out of poverty, communities develop, and national economies grow. Mr. Speaker, women's businesses in Ghana contribute approximately 20% to our GDP, making them key drivers of economic progress. Yet, Mr. Speaker, despite their hard work, many women are unable to access financing due to lack of collateral, high interest rates, and limited financial education. This is why the Women's Development Bank is not just a financial institution, it is a pathway to economic independence for millions of Ghanaian women. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is not alone in recognizing the need for tailored financial support for women. Many countries have successfully implemented similar initiatives with remarkable results. India's self-help groups have empowered millions of women by providing access to credit, financial training, and business support. This model has helped women create sustainable livelihoods and strengthen local economies. Mr. Speaker, Bangladesh Government Bank has demonstrated the power of microfinance, helping women transition from small substance businesses to profitable enterprises. Rwanda's Women's Guarantee Fund has made it easier for women to access loans without the burden of strict collateral requirements, significantly increasing their participation in economic activities. Mr. Speaker, the lesson here is clear. When women have access to financial resources, they reinvest in their families, businesses, and communities, driving national development. Mr. Speaker, Ghana must follow this proven model to maximize the potential of our women. Mr. Speaker, access to finance alone is not enough. Financial literacy is key to ensuring that women can effectively manage their resources, invest wisely, and build sustainable businesses. Mr. Speaker, with the mobile money and digital banking becoming more dominant in Ghana, it is crucial that women, especially those in rural areas, are equipped with the knowledge to use these financial tools to their advantage. Mr. Speaker, I therefore urge the government, financial institutions, and stakeholders to implement nationwide financial literacy programs targeting women in both urban and rural areas, provide business development training to help women manage and expand their enterprises, and strengthen policies that encourage inclusive financing for women entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, a financially literate woman is an empowered woman. An empowered woman is a force for national development. Mr. Speaker, investing in women is investing in Ghana's future. The establishment of the Women's Development Bank is a bold and visionary step toward removing financial barriers for women and enabling them to become key players in Ghana's economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, women do not just deserve a seat at the economic table. They have earned it. It is our responsibility as leaders and lawmakers to break down the barriers that hold them back and create an economy where women can thrive. Mr. Speaker, let us support this initiative and work collectively to build a Ghana where every Ghanaian or woman has the financial power to succeed. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Kojo Nkrumah. Yes, if there's any indication how many contributors?
Speaker, Speaker, may we take two contributors and then leaders will wind up.
Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to comment on the statement ably delivered by our colleague, the Member of Parliament for Jomoro. And the subject matter that she raises is one that's of importance to the majority of Ghanaians, and the majority of Ghanaians being women. Mr. Speaker, a lot of our women are involved in economic ventures and require financial support. And visits to the traditional banks sometimes creates difficulties for many of our women. And that is why, first, it's exciting that the two leading political parties agree that women should be supported financially. Ahead of the last election, our colleagues on that side were talking about the Women's Development Bank, and we on this side were talking about the Women Trade Empowerment Fund. Mr. Speaker, if today the people of Ghana have voted for the Women's Development Bank option, we have to help ensure that it succeeds. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the current allocations that are being made aimed at helping it succeed are worrisome. 51 million Ghana cedis will not even meet the capital requirements of a bank in Ghana. And so while in principle the idea is good, it would have been better to have opted to use that money for a fund, which initially is what we had proposed. But be that as it may, today the idea is a bank. I think that all of us, in agreeing with our colleague, the Member of Parliament for Jomoro, should also endeavor to encourage the government to quicken its efforts to significantly fund this initiative. Else it will not succeed in achieving the objects that we desire across the political divide. And with that said, Mr. Speaker, once again, I commend the maker of that statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, let me start by commending the maker of the statement for bringing the issue of women once again to the fore. Mr. Speaker, before I start, I wish to take the opportunity to once again congratulate Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, who, as we speak today, is the first woman to have risen to such heights. Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, the Vice President was sworn in as, Mr. Speaker, the chairperson of the Armed Forces Council, the first ever to happen in the history of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to promoting the welfare of women, and so far we have seen that in all its actions. Mr. Speaker, we have seen in the budget, 2025 budget, an amount that has been committed to providing sanitary pads to our girls in the basic schools. Mr. Speaker, there is also a provision of a whopping 51 million Ghana cedis to be used to start the Women's Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, I believe this and many other initiatives that will come along the way will help in promoting the welfare of women. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Befi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend the maker of the statement for this wonderful statement delivered this afternoon on the floor of Parliament. I guess we all will want to commend her for this wonderful statement because of the fact that it's about women. And when women are empowered, the whole society becomes happy, which is very important. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that looking at the way MPP gave credence to a policy they wanted to bring, I'm talking about the Women's Development Bank. We're so sure that the Women's Development Bank was going to be a bank that was going to create opportunities for women and also
going to give women in this country the opportunity to access loans so that they can undertake their business successfully. Unfortunately for us, the Minister of Finance, only in his financial statement to this House, gave a paltry 51 million cedis, which is not even close to the initial capital to start a bank, let alone a development bank in this country. Mr. Speaker, I would like to pray and plead with you to push for that correction to be made, because it was a mistake, a complete mistake for His Excellency the President, through his Minister of Finance, to give only a paltry 51 million cedis as initial capital, which is not supposed to be the case. It will not even be adequate for them, so that at least women can be empowered to be able to undertake their project. Speaker, on this note, I would like to urge my fellow custodian to sit down so that I continue my... Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, let me thank you so much for the opportunity to add a word or two and proceed with your leave to pat the maker of this important statement at the back. She's proven not only to be beautiful in body, but very deep in knowledge. Speaker, the crucial role that women play in our economy cannot be underestimated. We ought to celebrate them every now and then with all the force that we can marshal. Because our wives, our sisters, our aunties play very crucial role in the economic aspect of this country. They engage in direct production, they serve as aggregators, they engage in marketing and all other aspects of the value chain. Mr. Zuga, it is important to know that the maker couldn't have done a better choice than looking at the issue of looking at very reliable sources of credit to empower our women. Indeed, it's been their headache, and we in Ghana cannot reinvent the wheel because examples exist out there. And she has duly mentioned in her statement the Indian self-help group as well as Bangladesh Grameen Bank. We in Ghana should embrace this idea of Women Development Bank. And then I am exceedingly grateful to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for the foresight. Indeed, our colleagues on the other side are making issues with the seed capital of 51 million. Speaker, even Rome was not built in a day. Rome was never built in a day. And so a bank must have infrastructure. We need offices.
Honorable member, conclude.
We need offices. We need a lot before we come to the capital itself. For us in Afajato South constituency, we really are grateful, and I pray that since I do not have any single bank in my constituency, we may begin with the Women Development Bank from the Afajato South constituency. Once again, Speaker, I thank you, and I thank the maker of the statement very much. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. We will conclude the commentary on the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Honorable members, the honorable minority leader and honorable majority leader would have their turn to make their contributions to the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana. May I humbly call on the Honorable Minority Leader to make comment on the budget statement using 40 minutes. Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this treasure space to make my own comment on the budget statement presented by our colleague, Dr. Kasiel Atufosi. Mr. Speaker, I sat through the comments, I watched colleagues express their views in my office, and I must say that this House has the talent for the purposes of legislative governance. And I commend colleagues for all their efforts in making their views known on this budget statement. Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, having listened to colleagues, it will be superfluous to add on to what has already been said for Hansel. But I have some views of my own, which, Mr. Speaker, I believe Hansel must equally record. Mr. Speaker, I have this to say by way of opener, and I rely on Shakespeare's Macbeth. Shakespeare wrote in Macbeth, "I have no spare to prick the size of my intent, but only vaulting ambition, which overleaps itself and falls on the other." It is obvious that the NDC government, through its finance minister, presented to us a budget as hollow as it is, but with ambition, overleaping itself, falling on the other, which does not prick him. He decided to impose it on us as if the government means well. Indeed, it was an Azam budget with no promises, and the fact will speak for itself. Mr. Speaker, first, the Minister of Finance created the impression that the government of the NDC inherited an economy in crisis. Let me remind him of the facts. They inherited an economy growing at 5.7% in 2024, one with an agricultural sector growing at 2.8%, an industry sector growing at 7.3%, and the services sector growing at 5.9%. Mr. Speaker, added to this, the MPP government bequeathed an economy with 4 months of import cover. Obviously, this is not an economy in deep crisis. The NDC, in the minimum, should have been magnanimous enough to acknowledge this, as compared to their own resetting economy, which only aims at growing at 44% in 2025. Mr. Speaker, it is said in our local Akan language that we may be mawasia and bonu chrono. In other words, if they have nothing to offer, they should not discredit the MPP administration. Mr. Speaker, I say that this budget is an Azam budget because this budget failed to acknowledge the success story of the previous administration and the effort made to revive the economy and sustain growth. Mr. Speaker, the minister in paragraph 21 of his own statement lamented the growing unemployment situation we have in the country. But what do we see? In less than 3 months in office, all we hear, sack them, sack them, sack them. And they do so without shame. Now they're creating a Ghana for NDC and a Ghana for others. If you belong to the Ghana of others, they don't care. They terminate your appointment and you have the ministers defending their actions. Since when did employment after December 7 become an irregular employment? So far, it is only one minister who has lived up to the promises of the Constitution by refusing to sack Ghanaians in his ministry. But even so, it's too early to commend him. We wait to see what he's going to do. All other agencies are sacking Ghanaians, all because they do not have NDC party cards. This is a government for NDC apparatchiks. They don't believe in the Ghanaian dream. They don't believe in the promises of the Constitution. And they do so because they have no spare to prick the size of their intent. Only partisan ambition overleaping itself and falling on the other. Shakespeare reminds us of this. This is the character of the NDC. It is their party first and nothing else. We have seen how they approach issues of accountability. Mr. Speaker, we in the minority are not against accountability. We believe in accountability, but we are against abuse of human rights. Today, all the human rights lawyers in the NDC have kept quiet. They've gone to sleep. Where are their human rights lawyers? There are human rights lawyers who are in court enforcing the rights of citizens. Where are they? Today, Ghanaian citizens are detained by investigative agencies beyond 48 hours. Ghanaian citizens have their right being abused without taking them to court. The NDC, the bill, does not believe in the rule of law. And it is clear in their posture. So-called legal search, which ends up in intimidation. Today, if you even criticize them, they threaten you. If you criticize them, they threaten you. They threaten you. And they say, if you dare me, I would release the tape. Release the tape. We tired of the hate, the hypocrisy, and the double standards. We tired. Today, we have two Ghanas. One Ghana for the NDC, which is a Ghana of enjoyment, and another Ghana for the MPP and political opponent, which is a Ghana of pain and anguish. Is this a resetting you promised? Is this a resetting you promised? Today in our public service, whereas they are sacking Ghanaians, they are bringing their party full soldiers with questionable qualifications. Their party communication officers are filling all the PRO offices in our public service without interview. Have they so soon forgotten their own case in the Republic, in Donko versus the Republic? Have they forgotten the ruling in the case of Donko versus the Republic? Oh, NDC. Yatuaba Enuyenhu. Oh, NDC. Ghana for Enuamuhu. But Mr. Speaker, the people of Ghana take solace in Ngugi Watiengo's "Weep Not Child." Weep not, child, weep not, my darling. With these kisses, let me remove your tears. The ravening clouds shall not long be victorious. They shall not long possess the sky. You, the NDC, we are reminding you, you have only 4 years. The 4 years will soon come. If you spend the 4 years in persecution, your time will come. Your ravening clouds shall not long be victorious. They shall not long possess the sky. The power you have today is like an ice block. It started melting from December 8th, January 8th, and it will melt until the next elections. Utilize the power wisely. We want employment. The Ghanaian youths are unemployed. Many of the youths you are sending home. What should they go and eat? How should they feed their families? People are suffering. And you are refusing to provide opportunity for all. This is a country of equal opportunity. This is a country with a promise of fairness to all Ghanaians. If all men find a man's hand in a till, his guilt must be proven. If all men find a man's hand in a till, his guilt must be proven. Go to court and do the case. We're tired of the attacks in the media. The media trial must cease. This is a country of rule of law. This is not the country we are proud of. Go to court. To the NDC, go to court. Use the judiciary. Use the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, let me come to their so-called 24-hour economy. When the president came to this house, he promised us in his sona that the 24-hour economy will find expression in his budget statement. He told us. When Dr. Atufosin came here, he now tells us the 24-hour economy will come later. The policy will come later. So you lied to Ghanaians. How come in 2025, your maiden budget, the 24-hour economy policy is not featured in that budget? So 2025, we should forget about 24-hour economy. What you are doing in 2025, persecution, persecution, persecution. 2025, persecution, persecution, persecution. 2025, persecution, persecution, persecution. We want jobs. You said that you're going to create 24-hour economy. When Akufo-Addo promised free SHS, he did not defer the free SHS policy. Today, even in the education sector, I cry for the Harun Idrisu-led ministry. What is there in the budget? Let's open the budget. He has been denied every opportunity to lead a policy in the education sector. Is a GET fund under the Ministry of Education. Now, free SHS is being managed by GET fund. And under GET fund is either to report to the finance minister or is going to report to the presidency. We don't know. Oh, Haruna. Oh, Haruna. Oh, Haruna. Mr. Speaker, they cannot. Mr. Speaker, they cannot start with lamentation.
Honorable Minority Leader.
They cannot, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is leaders debating. If you encourage this, Mr. Speaker, if you encourage this, you destroy the debate.
You invited Honorable
Haruna. Mr. Speaker, I have not. Don't.
Because I saw you mentioning his name. Very well. Very well.
Mr. Speaker, they started with lamentation. They continue to lament. And even now, their ministers are lamenting. Oh, Aaron Edrisu. What have they given you? You have been given a portfolio without resources. The free SHS policy. Read the budget. Read the budget. Read the budget, Mr. Idrisu. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? They've taken all your powers from you. Mr. Speaker, this is our Assam budget. This is our Assam budget. And now let's even go to their so-called big push. The so-called big push. You promised $10 billion for this so-called big push on infrastructure. In your 2025 budget allocation, you are only allocating 13 billion Ghana cedis. Its equivalent is $800 million. Indeed, you promised $10 billion. Now, 4 years you have. Let's even say you want to divide this over 4 years. Do your mathematics. Even your maths is a suspect. Even your math is a suspect. Now refer to paragraph 240 on page 49 of the budget. The minister asks why anyone would promise to build Agenda 111 hospitals and fail to allocate enough resources to complete them. Is this a question to ask? You've come to inherit a project. The health infrastructure of our country is critical. Instead of allocating resources to complete this project, you are here lamenting. You are here lamenting. Lamentation. 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 Meanwhile, refer to Appendix 4A, page 139 of the budget, Office of Government Machinery. When you were in opposition, you were complaining about 326 million for Office of Government Machinery. Today, you are allocating 2.7 billion cedis. Hey! 2.7 billion. 2.7 billion for Jubilee. Your party people at Jubilee House. You are spending 2.7 billion. Meanwhile, the big push is suffering. Meanwhile, the woman in banking that you promised that you were going to establish a new bank for women, you gave them only 51 million cedis. And then you are paying party people. You've loaded party people at Jubilee and spending 2.7 billion cedis on them. Research alone is 70 million. What research? CSIR needs money. You are not giving them money. We need research to be done in our various hospitals. You are not supporting them. And then you are funding political research at Jubilee. 70 million cedis. 70 million cedis. We thank God that you have only one term. We thank God you have only one term. We thank God you have only one term. And you come here to say you are cancelling the 1D, 1F. What is your dream for the private sector? What is your dream for the private sector? Economy can only grow when there is a thriving private sector. When you give space to entrepreneurs, when you give opportunity for Ghanaians to do their business and to grow the economy. This 1D, 1F initiative was aimed at helping the private sector so that they can do their businesses at a cheaper cost and employ more Ghanaians. You come, you say you are cancelling. In each place, what are you doing? In this your 2024 budget, what is there in the budget of the private sector? You can read and read and read. You can edit and edit and edit your notes. You will find nothing for the private sector. All you know is sack them, sack them, Sack them. All you know is persecution, persecution, persecution. All you know is arrest them, arrest them, arrest them. But I want to assure you, that although we in the MPP and the minority will walk through this valley of the shadow of death, we will not fear any evil. God will be with us. You can decide to arrest all of us. You can threaten all of us of arrest, but we'll come back stronger and defeat you in 2028. This government has reneged on its duty to the people of Ghana. A bona fide of a government is to create jobs, is to ensure good governance. And this NDC government has failed in that responsibility. You have failed. Today in this country, the only road being constructed is the Chain Home Road. Yes. The Chain Homes Road is the only road. There's the only road. Where is the commencement? Where is the commencement? The only road that you are constructing is the Chain Homes Road. That is where you are busy constructing the roads. You've left the roads in Adaku. You've left the roads in Norton. You've left the roads in Akaji South. You've left the roads in Winneba. The only road under construction, is the Chain Home Road.
Akaji South Road has been abandoned in 2017.
Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about new contract. New contract. There's no new contract in Akaji South. Mr. Speaker, Boku Central Roads. Mr. Speaker, today, the only road, the only new runabout we are seeing is the Chain Homes one. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. Where is the commencement? If you claim there is variation, what is the source of the variation? What a shame. What a shame. What a shame. You come here, all you know is to attack the Akufo-Addo government. You've forgotten that Akufo-Addo bequeathed you with a free SHS that was introduced and sustained. Today you are struggling. Mr. Speaker, you are struggling. The energy sector, Mr. Speaker, in 2017, when we inherited the reins of government, we had serious challenges in the energy sector. Light collection inefficiencies, high distribution losses, high generation costs. But what did the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government do? The Akufo-Addo government, the Bawumia government kept the lights on. Today, Dumso is back. Go to Ashanti region. Go to Ashanti region. Dumso by day, Dumso by night. Where is the energy minister? Where is the energy minister? Dumso is back. We need our lights on. We need our lights on. Stop the lamentation. Stop the lamentation. Stop the lamentation. You are in government. Your duty is to deliver on your promises. Your duty is to live up to expectation. All you know is persecution, persecution, persecution. All you know is arrest, arrest, arrest. You think by arresting people, you pollute the minds of Ghanaians and win power again. Or win power war. Or win it on 2028 waba win. Mr. Speaker, they should know that the way to manage this economy is to live by the promises in their own manifesto. You came into office with promises. Don't throw your manifesto away. Don't throw your manifesto away. Let your manifesto work. The road sector, you promise to deliver, and don't limit your effort only at the Chain Homes Road. Enough. You've done so much there. Enough. This is Azar budget. Azar budget. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's go to agriculture. I weep for Erikopoku. I weep for Erikopoku. I weep for Erikopoku. They promised the minister on page 73, paragraph 390. This is what the minister states, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 1.5 billion for agriculture for economic transformation agenda, of which Feed Ghana program, Ghana Grains Development Project, Vegetable Development Project, and Nkuko Nkete are all key components. Yet, on page 138 of the budget statement, under Appendix 4A, item number 13, the actual allocation for the initiatives under agriculture for economic transformation agenda is just about 924 million cedis and not 1.5 billion cedis. Wow. Oh, Erikopoku. So now the man has been rendered redundant at the ministry. At the Ministry of Agriculture, there's nothing going on. You made promises to the Ghanaian youth. You made promises to the Ghanaian youth that you are going to support them. Now you have given more money to Jubilee House for your party people than even to agriculture. Serious. You are spending money on your party apparatus at Jubilee House, 2.7 billion, whereas agriculture, our farmers who were expectant, you promised 1.5 billion and delivered 924. Even of that, a chunk of it is going into compensation. Wow. Where is your capex? Wow. NDC. 100 million capex. NDC. Menyo. NDC. Sure, Menyo. Why? You are not doing anything for the farmers in Volta region. Go to the Volta region. Go to the Oti region.
Honorable, what you said in Ever, you have to translate it
Mr.
into
Speaker,
English.
it is difficult. It's painful. It's painful. What they are doing is painful. It's not good. It's not good. Manuel, Mr. Speaker, it's not good. What they are doing is not good. It's not good at all. They are not being fair to the people of Volta. They are not being fair to the people of Oti. Look at the arable lands in Volta region and Oti. Look at the lands in Savannah. Mr. Speaker, the poor farmers in Volta, the poor farmers in Akachi, the poor farmers in Chiame. Mr. Speaker, the poor farmers in Esrojaman, they are not receiving any support. The poor farmers in Noton, as a center. Whole Central, whole East, whole West. Mr. Speaker, there are farmers in Ho. Mr. Speaker, the entire Ho municipality, they are not getting any support. And then you render Erikopoku redundant at the ministry. With 900 million. Erikopoku has been rendered redundant at the Ministry of Agric. What a shame. Mr. Speaker, what a shame. And instead of commending Joseph Boahinedu's Cocoa Board for achieving the 1 million mark in terms of tonnage, they came here to attack Cocoa Board. They forgot about the success story. and they forgot about the initiatives of the predecessors in that area. All they know is to attack and to lament. Mr. Speaker, thank God that this administration has only a term. Thank God. Thank God. Mr. Speaker, thank God that John Dramani Mahamad's government has only 4 years. Thank God that there's a new light ahead of us. A new light that will bring back hope. The true hope that the people expect. The true hope under NPP. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to exhaust the entire 40 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to exhaust the entire 40 minutes. Because, Mr.
Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the minority must know that after me, the majority leader will come. And we are observing their conduct. The majority led by my good friend Governor Agboja must know that when I am done, their boss will come. So my backbenchers are observing.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order.
Mr. Speaker, it is very clear to us that our friends in government today were only interested in propaganda politics. They came into government with no clear plans for the people of Ghana. They came into government with no clear plans to create jobs. They came into office with no clear plans for the fisher folks of our country. They came into office with no clear plans for the farmers of our country. They only came to persecute, to arrest political opponents, and deny them their basic fundamental human rights. It is clear that this government came into being to kill private sector initiative. Is the reason why they are unable to tell us a single initiative for the private sector. I ask a question. What is the work of the trade minister? What is the work of the trade minister? They say they have an advisor for 24-hour economy. What is his work? And they've loaded so many people at the office of the vice president. Advisor here, chief of staff here. How many chief of staff do you have at the presidency? Mr. Speaker, the vice president has a chief of staff. The president also has a chief of staff. It's a matter of public record. Now, Mr. Speaker, they claim they were going to form a lean government. Let me expose them. They have appointed more political appointees than ministers. Go to Jubilee. Spokesperson for this, deputy spokesperson, communication director, communication this, research that, research this. Oh, and then you claim that a lean government. Which lean government? Which lean government? So many presidential advisors, all coming at a cost to the country. Meanwhile, you promise Ghanaians a lean government. And Mr. Speaker, to worsen it, the this government has demonstrated to be indecisive. The president, in swearing in the deputy ministers 2 weeks ago, promised that he was going to bring a list of 4 deputy ministers to complete the list of nominees. Mr. Speaker, it's been a third week. Indecisiveness. They cannot. All the remaining MPs in this chamber are fighting for the 4 nominations. What is happening? All the great talents, the women in this chamber are not being mentioned. What is happening? What happened to the affirmative action law? What happened to the 30%? What happened to Hajia Ladi? What happened to Zanato Ajiman-Rollins? What happened to Eleni Tosu? What happened to her? Oh, what happened to the women of substance on the majority side? What happened to them? A government of discrimination. A government of discrimination. A government of discrimination. What is happening? Today, the majority bench is so demotivated. So much stress. Their members do not know whether they are to move from the left to the right or to move from the right to the center. You have to get a godfather before you get an appointment. Why? Godfather, after you've all fought for power, now you need godfather, you have to be begging for board appointment. Why? If you don't have a godfather, they will consider you. Why? The founder's daughter, not even deputy minister. Why? Go to Western region. All the talent in Western region, no appointment. Why? Go to Volta region. Vote to Volta region. Only 3 appointees in government. Only 3. Why? What have the people of Volta done to you? Why? Mr. Speaker, I end my case.
Honorable members, order. Is now the turn of Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me join colleagues to thank the Minister for Finance, Dr. Kessel Ato Barforson, for presenting the 2025 budget statement and economic policy to this House. So, Speaker, the statement and policy has been vigorously debated in the public space and commented on in this House. We've all gotten richer by listening to the debates and the commentary. This House benefited from a 3-day workshop where we had experts and resource persons help us deepen our understanding of the budget figures and the policy proposals. So, Speaker, today it is the turn of leadership to wind up the commentary, if not the debate. And I just listened to my colleague, the Honorable Minority Leader, who had just spoken. After listening to him, Mr. Speaker, I miss the days of people like J.H. Mensah, who, when they debated the budget, you walked away highly educated in economic figures, statistics, and policies. I was wondering whether we were listening to a debate of the budget or a debate about governance in this country. Mr. Speaker, in order that listeners are not confused, I want to restate that the debate is of the budget policy that was presented to this House and not governance generally. Mr. Speaker, the budget clearly establishes President John Dramani Mahama as a talk and do president of Ghana. Talk and do president of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, President John Dramani Mahama promised to abolish e-levy. E-levy, Yamutu. E-levy abolished. Talk and do president. President John Dramani Mahama promised to abolish the betting tax. Betting tax, Yamutu. Talk and do president. President John Dramani Mahama promised to abolish emission levies. Mr. Speaker, the budget policy promises to do that. Talk and do president. Mr. Speaker, President John Dramani Mahama promised to abolish the VAT on motor vehicle insurance policy. Mr. Speaker, that is also going. Talk and do president. President John Dramani Mahama promised not to tax small-scale miners. Mr. Speaker, that is also going. Talk and do president. Mr. Speaker, President John Dramani Mahama promised to stabilize the city by establishing the Ghana Gold Board. That is also happening. Talk and do president. President John Dramani Mahama promised to reduce the size of government and cut down on government expenditure. Mr. Speaker, ministries are being reduced from 30 to 23 and ministers reduced from 88 to 60. Talk and do president. Mr. Speaker, we promise to cut down on waste and inefficiency, and we are removing Ghana Cares, You Start, One District, One Factory. They are all going. Talk and do president. Mr. Speaker, the president promised to take away duplication and cost. And so he is realigning institutions and doing away with the development authorities and assigning their responsibilities to the various district assemblies where they actually belong to. Talk and do president. Mr. Speaker, our national health insurance system was collapsing because of capping. President John Dramani Mahama promised to remove capping so that the full allocation will go to the levy so that our health insurance system will function again and healthcare delivery will work for Ghanaians again. That is happening in this budget. Talk and do president. Mr. Speaker, he promised to give the full allocation for roads to the roads fund and take away the capping there as well so that our roads will get better. And that is happening in this budget. Talk and do president. Mr. Speaker, due to capping of GET Fund could not complete all the E-blocks across the country. Schools were struggling for renovation. Education was struggling for funding. This budget will remove the capping and Get Fund will get its full allocation and our schools will work again. Talk and do, President. Mr. Speaker, our energy sector, which is in a major crisis due to lack of investments, is being addressed. John Dramani Mahama promised to fix the energy sector, which is in crisis, and this budget seeks to reduce the GMPC share of net carried and participating interest from 13% to 15% and fully restore transfers to GMPC under the Earmark Funds Act, and this will enable GMPC to invest in the energy sector. Talk and do, President. Mr. Speaker, President John Dramani Mahama promised the big push. The big push for infrastructure. Big push for infrastructure. And it is obvious that that commitment is being fulfilled. I have heard arguments suggesting that only 13 billion Ghana cedis is allocated for big push. Mr. Speaker, listen carefully. Listen carefully. When we uncap road funds and the money goes to the road funds, what will road funds use the money for? To pay for roads. Is that not infrastructure? Is that not what the big push is about? When we uncap Get Fund and the resources go to Get Fund and they complete our E-blocks, is that not infrastructure? Is that not big push? When we uncap NHIL levy and the money goes, some of the money will find their way to health infrastructure. Is that not big push? Doesn't it give a big push? When we uncap GMPC funds and they invest in the energy sector, is that not going to give infrastructure a big push? When we amend the Mineral Investment Fund and the allocations now go for infrastructure, is that not a big push? Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that the creativity, the ingenuity, the intellect, and simple the answer that has gone into crafting this budget.
Honorable Ayarga, what is the meaning of the answer?
Answer me common sense. Common sense. Mr. Speaker, wisdom, the wisdom, the creativity, ingenuity, intellect, and wisdom that went into the crafting of this budget, is unparalleled in the history of budgets in this House. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that my Inkitikiti minority need a crash course in budget analysis to understand this budget.
Honorable Ayarga, what is Inkitikiti?
My small minority, Inkitikiti, micro minority, they need a crash course in Atuforcing Budget Analysis 101 so that they can understand how this budget is crafted. You don't just look at 13 billion to big push and say, oh, you are not committed to your infrastructure agenda. Big push is to push infrastructure. And there are several allocations that will deal with the problem of infrastructure. All that put together will make sure that infrastructure objective is achieved. Mr. Speaker, I hear them say that we haven't allocated enough resources for agriculture, for economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that our agriculture for economic transformation is founded on a big investment in agricultural infrastructure, more irrigation, more roads to farming communities. We have made provision for the Akosombo Dam spillage. We have made provision for free SHS, free textbooks, school feeding program, capitation grants, road fund, district assembly common fund, getting 80% of their allocation. Every single priority of this government has been provided for in this budget. That's how you know that we are committed to the promises that we made to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, let me say for emphasis that since President Nkrumah, no president has taken bold steps to strengthen social protection in one single budget like John Dramani Mahama has done this year. No single president in one budget, from healthcare to education to local governance, every sector, wherever social welfare is implicated, significant allocation has been made. Mr. Speaker, we have a number of social interventions that we can boast of in the budget statement. The no academic fee policy implemented, free tertiary education for persons with disability provided for, free primary health care, Mahama Cares provided for, free sanitary pad for school girls provided for. Mr. Speaker, John Dramani Mahama is indeed a talk and do president. He talk, he do. 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 This is the president who talks and does. Mr. Speaker, the budget tells us where we are coming from. Where are we coming from? Let's not run away from where we are coming from. Mr. Speaker, this country has seen a lot of mismanagement, and the budget has captured that. Our city suffered significant decline over the 8 years periods. From an exchange rate of 3.9 Ghana cedis in 2017 to 15 Ghana cedis in 2024. The worst depreciation ever in the history of our country. This is where we are coming from. This country, government was buying treasury bills at 28 to 30% interest. This is where we are coming from. How was the private sector going to be able to get loans in order to invest and create jobs to employ our teeming youth? This is where we are coming from. Our public debt, Mr. Speaker, had ballooned from 122 billion to to 726.7 billion Ghana cedis. Per capita GDP growth had worsened from 6% in 2016 to about 2% in 2023. Mr. Speaker, the banking sector has collapsed. The banking sector collapsed. Yes, collapsed. Collapsed. As we speak. As we speak. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the average capital adequacy ratio of our banks stood at 19.46%. Average capital adequacy ratio of our banks in 2016 stood at 19.46%. Today, 2024, I'm not even talking about today, 2024, the average capital adequacy ratio of the banks worsened to 4%. Worsened to 4%. Worsened to 4%. Get to the Bank of Ghana. Their records. Their records. Mr. Speaker, the banks have collapsed. Mr. Speaker, let's go to non-performing loans of existing banks. In 2016, average non-performing loans of banks stood at 20%. In 2024, average non-performing loans of banks stood at 40%. 40%. Not only the businesses are collapsing and they are unable to pay their loans. That's how bad it is in the banking sector. The DDP program compelled banks to impair 3.64 billion Ghana cedis. It means that is how much the banks lost to the debt exchange program. 3.64 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the central bank itself, the lender of last resort, has collapsed. It has become insolvent. Mr. Speaker, they killed the banker of last resort. The bank now needs money from the government of Ghana, a bailout. Mr. Speaker, it is on record that the audit report of the central bank in 2022 showed that the bank had lost over 60 billion Ghana cedis. Today, that loss is in excess of 70 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is what has happened over the 8 years. State-owned enterprises have collapsed. Ghana Water Company in 2016 was solvent and it had a total fund of 2.4 billion as profit. Metro Mass Limited made a profit of 66 million. In 2023, Ghana Water Company became insolvent and lost 345 million Ghana cedis. Metro Mass lost 11 million Ghana cedis. In 2016, ECG made a profit of 3.2 billion Ghana cedis. 2016. Electricity Company of Ghana, 3.2 billion Ghana cedis. Ghana Water Company, where a known friend of mine used to work. In 2016, they made a profit of 101 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, in 2023,
ECG made a loss of a colossal sum of 5.9 billion Ghana cedis. Ghana Water Company made a loss of 1.9 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is what John Dramani Mahama has to reset. And we talk about criminal mismanagement of the economy. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about criminal mismanagement of the economy. Ghana lost 720 million as a result of the SML deal. That is a Strategic Mobilization Limited deal. KPMG audit report showed that we paid 720 million from the 2.45 billion Ghana cedis revenue generated through the e-levy, ESLA levy. Mr. Speaker, this is what happened. Clear criminal mismanagement of the economy. Mr. Speaker, clear criminal mismanagement of the economy. So there must be prosecutions. There must be prosecutions. And so you cannot stand here and complain when prosecutions are taking place, because there was criminal mismanagement of the economy. More prosecutions. Mr. Speaker, talk about criminal mismanagement of the economy. When this country could have used 6 billion Ghana cedis to capitalize 11 affected banks, commercial banks, we didn't do that. We waited, carry out a banking sector cleanup exercise, and in the end, we paid 30 billion Ghana cedis for a problem that we could have solved with 6 billion Ghana cedis. What else? What else fits the discrimination of criminal mismanagement of an economy? And the finance minister in the budget indicated that even after spending the 30 billion Ghana cedis in the cleanup exercise, we still need 10 billion Ghana cedis. And NIB and ADB need 2.2 billion Ghana cedis. We need all that to be able to restore the health of our banking sector. As a result of the criminal mismanagement of our economy, we have lost control over our economy because our own indigenous banks have all collapsed, and it is the foreign banks that are in charge, and we have lost control over our economy. So when you lose control over the financial sector, you lose control over your economy. Mr. Speaker, let's continue the discussion of criminal mismanagement of the economy. In 2018, a certain finance minister went for Euro bonds of $2 billion US dollars. In 2019, $3 billion US dollars. In 2020, $3 billion US dollars. In 2021, $3.3 billion US dollars. Mr. Speaker, as he did this, he was walking home with $9.2 million US dollars as fees for his bank that negotiated the bonds. Let's talk about criminal mismanagement of our economy. ECG paid $12 million, which is 186 million Ghana cedis to Haptel for a contract to upgrade and replace its obsolete systems. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. ECG paid $12 million, equivalent to 186 million Ghana cedis to Haptel for a contract to upgrade and replace its obsolete systems. After the execution of the contract,
when ECG used the platform to raise money, an additional 403 million Ghana cedis was paid to them. Meanwhile, ECG has used debt, and the 589 million Ghana cedis that was paid could have been used to pay ECG debts. Mr. Speaker, let's continue the discussion of criminal mismanagement of the economy. In the last 40 years, we have recorded the highest inflation rate under the Akufo-Addo regime, where inflation went up to 50%. We have suffered the most volatile exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana was brought to its knees. But once the obituary of the Bank of Ghana was being announced in an audit report revealed in 2023, President Akufo-Addo and Bawumia were busy constructing a Bank of Ghana building at the cost of $261 million United States dollars. A building that they were told to construct at a little over 88 million United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, whilst they went to the IMF for a bailout of 3 billion United States dollars for 3 years, civil society groups were telling us that we were losing 3 billion US dollars annually to corruption in this country. Mr. Speaker, instead of going to the IMF for a bailout, if they had cleaned the Flagstaff House or then Jubilee House and stopped using Jubilee House as a clearing house for corruption, we could have been saving 2 billion US dollars annually, and we could have been lending to the IMF instead. In 3 years, the IMF will owe us 6 billion United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, talk about criminal mismanagement of the economy. A simple Google search informed me today that cocoa beans averagely sold at 9,787 United States dollars per ton. At our 2021 production volume of 1 million tons of cocoa, we would have been raking in today 9.78 billion United States dollars. If we had simply managed the cocoa sector, basic management of trees, cocoa trees, even trees we couldn't manage, today Ghana would have been raking in 9.78 billion United States dollars from the sale of 1 million tons of cocoa, which target we easily met in 2021. Mr. Speaker, lending money to the IMF today. We could have been lending money to the IMF today. But because of the mismanagement of this economy, today we are at the IMF begging for $1 billion a year. Growth came at a cost. And that is the total mismanagement of our environment. It came as a result of the Galamsey activities. And Ghanaians, in spite of the 5 particularly women and youth, encouraging a new Ghana for coming generations. During our workshop, our senior Guzitano came and extensively presented to this House the policy detail of the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, his presentation was so clear that my friends on this side did not ask a single question. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy clearly underpins the budget that was presented to this House. Will happen. Mr. Speaker, this budget and policy document clearly downsizes government. It realigns institutions to cut down on cost. It creates a framework for ensuring a stable microeconomy that will inure to the benefit of the private sector so that they can grow and create jobs. The budget document resets the SOEs for the youth. Mr. Speaker, the road to a reset Ghana is not a smooth one. It will be painful. But we will do whatever it takes to reset Ghana. If we show the world that we are a serious people, the world will give us a helping hand. And this is what this budget seeks to do. The way Ghanaians voted in 2024, December 7th, is a clear indication that they want a change. This budget is changing things. Mr. Speaker, this Parliament is crucial to the implementation of the policy objectives in this budget. It is our responsibility to work with the President to ensure that the policy proposals contained in this budget are implemented. Mr. Speaker, different constituencies will pay different prices for the policy implications contained in the budget. Mr. Speaker, let me thank all those who participated in the debate. Let me assure the Finance Minister and His Excellency the President that this House, this side of the House, stand by every policy
Honorable members, order. Honorable members.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to first express my sincere appreciation to you and members of both sides of the aisle for the support you have provided so far. Mr. Speaker, this budget is one that is people-centered. With innovative solutions to address our deep-seated socio-economic issues. Mr. Speaker, it addresses our economic challenges, provide the necessary environment for business growth, introduce a 24-hour economy initiative, provide economic opportunities, create the atmosphere in providing the vulnerable and the poor. And Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that ensures that whatever we need as a country to bring back our past glory and even beyond is provided. Mr. Speaker, we have a job to do. We have started fixing the problems. We will fix all the major issues and improve living standards of our citizens. We will require the support of this House to execute effectively and efficiently. Mr. Speaker, we will take on board the constructive criticisms that we have received on the floor of this House to reset the economy of Ghana and to deliver the Ghana we all want. This year, Mr. Speaker, we have set ourselves key targets and we believe this target will be achieved. The targets are grow the economy to at least 4%. Speaker, we have set a target to reduce inflation to a minimum of 11.9%. We've set a target to stabilize the exchange rate, a target to accumulate international reserves, not to cover not less than 3 months of import cover. We have set an ambitious target of 1.5% of GDP and beyond. Right Honorable Speaker, we have put in place effective fiscal consolidation measures, combination of expenditure rationalization and revenue enhancing measures to support the fiscal consolidation drive that are announced as part of the budget. Mr. Speaker, despite the challenges of the Bank of Ghana, with almost 60 billion negative, the Bank of Ghana is policy solvent. This simply means that the central bank is able to generate enough revenue to perform its monetary policy function. And it's important that I state that regardless of the difficulties the central bank is going through, they are policy solvent. Mr. Speaker, we are determined to bring back the IMF program on track. We are committed to the full implementation. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity to conclude on this statement, the budget policy and economic policy of government for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that accompanied by this budget, we have we have 21 different bills for consideration. And I urge this House to urgently support the passage of these bills to see this budget through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, statement time is ended. We have come to the conclusion of comment or commentary on the budget, statement, and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Thank you very much for your insightful budget statement. Honourable members, we'll move to item numbered members, order paper addendum at commencement of public business. Presentation of papers.
May I seek your leave to
addendum. Presentation of papers.
Mr. Speaker.
Presentation of papers.
That is so. Mr. Speaker, the following papers are ready to be presented by the chairman of the committee. But Mr. Speaker, because the chairman is presently engaged at the committee level, so the vice chairman is here to
please hereby granted.
Thank you very much.
Item number A by the chairman of the committee. Order paper addendum A. Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, the way you emphasize the minority is this. But I'm not objecting. Speaker, I'm surprised. And I'm not objecting. I appreciate the times we are, but some of these things, the surprises shouldn't be too many. I thought the agreement was that the earlier papers that were laid and the speaker order of business, and then we had to take the motions. Because I see the ministers are here, I see committee chairs are here. Yeah, but you are surprising me. Speaker, that's notwithstanding, I will yield to him. We should go ahead and lay the papers.
Honourable members, the essence is to lay for distribution to members. Yes, Honourable Vice Chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Finance on the Electronic Transfer Levy Repeal Bill 2025. Okay.
Honourable members, the report duly presented and it is for distribution to honourable members. B.
B. Okay. Amendment Bill 2025.
Yes, report duly laid and it is for distribution of members. Honourable members, all these reports are being laid by the Vice Chairman of the Finance Committee. Can we take all of them together?
Report of the Finance Committee on the Revenue Administration Amendment Bill 2025. Report of the Finance Committee on the Special Import Levy Amendment Bill 2025. Report of the Finance Committee on Emissions Levy Repeal Bill 2025. Report of the Finance Committee on the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025. Report of the Finance Committee on the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2025. Report of the Finance Committee on the Growth and Sustainability Levy Amendment Bill 2025. Report of the Finance Committee on the Earmarked Funds Capping and Realignment Amendment Bill 2025. Report of the Finance Committee on the Energy Sector Levy Bill 2025.
Honourable members, the report numbered on the order paper addendum A to J are duly presented and it is for distribution to honourable members. Honourable members, let's come to the main order paper. Item numbered 9. Motion. Minister for Energy and Green Transition. Item numbered 9. Motion.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion that this Honourable House approves the sum of 1 280,905,335 for the services of the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition for the year ending 31st December 2025. I so move.
Motion moved by the Minister. Any seconder?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise to second the motion.
Yes, Chairman for the committee. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and also present your committee's report on the annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition for the 2025 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I would like to plead with the Hansard Department to capture the full report as being read, as I take only the observation and the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the observation is on page 14 of your committee's report. The committee made the following observation during the deliberations. Decline in oil production. The committee, Mr. Speaker, observed a significant decline in oil production, noting a 22% reduction from a peak of 190,000 barrels per day in 2019. This decline was attributed to multiple factors, including unresolved disputes such as Ennis Springfield dispute, policy inconsistencies, and the exit of major international oil companies from Ghana's upstream sector. The minister expressed concern over dwindling production levels and stressed the urgent need to revamp investment in the sector by addressing regulatory uncertainties and attracting new investors. The committee urged the ministry to take immediate steps to reverse the trend by resolving pending disputes, improving investment conditions, and implementing policies that encourage oil exploration and production. Competitive environment for investors. On the issue of creating a more competitive environment for investors, the committee noted that Ghana's current fiscal terms may not be as attractive as those offered by neighboring countries, thereby discouraging foreign investment. It was observed that Côte d'Ivoire, for instance, maintains a stable participation rate of 10% in oil blocks, whereas Ghana has increased its share to 15%, a policy that could deter potential investors. The minister assured the committee that the government was considering a review of these fiscal terms and investment policies to ensure that GNPC remains competitive in attracting foreign direct investment into Ghana's oil and gas sector. The committee emphasized the need for a stable and predictable regulatory framework to build investors' confidence and drive growth in the sector. Mr. Speaker, excess expenditure by NPA and Petroleum Commission. Regarding the budgetary performance, the committee raised concern over excess expenditure recorded by Petroleum Commission in 2024. It was noted that the Petroleum Commission exceeded its budget for compensation by 1.6 million and goods and services by 1.2 million. And this was attributed to the exchange rate fluctuations and extended contracts for key personnel of the Commission. Similarly, NPA overspent on its capital expenditure CapEx due to exchange rate related cost adjustment. The committee reminded the NPA that parliamentary approval is required for any variations to approved budget and cautioned that future instances of unauthorized expenditure will not be tolerated. The minister acknowledged these concerns and assured the committee that measures will be put in place to prevent any occurrences in the future. Mr. Speaker, the committee expressed concern regarding substantial allocation of compensation within the Petroleum Commission, Concerns were raised about the efficiency and necessity of certain staff positions, with the committee's questioning whether the current workforce size is commensurate with the operational requirement of the Commission. In response, the Honourable Minister affirmed the Ministry's commitment to undertaking a rationalization exercise across its agencies to ensure optimal staffing levels and value for money in the utilization of public resources. During the budget review, Mr. Speaker, the committee took note of the proposed rehabilitation of data center for MPA, which had been allocated funds in the 2025 budget. The minister explained that the rehabilitation was necessary to ensure data security, improve regulatory efficiency, and support licensing process. While acknowledging the importance of this initiative, the committee emphasized the need for cost-effective execution and prudent financial management to avoid excessive expenditure. The committee requested further details on the scope of
Honourable Member, the conclusion of the report. Hansard has captured the entire report.
In conclusion, after a comprehensive review of the annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Energy and its agencies in the 2025 financial year, the committee observed that the budget allocation to the ministry are well justified. However, it recommends an increase in the budgetary allocation for the National Petroleum Authority, NPA, to enhance its operational capacity, specifically in the areas of goods and services and capital expenditure. Additionally, the committee advised the upward adjustment in the allocation of NPA to strengthen its activity, specifically for managing the data center and goods and services, ensuring the effective execution of its mandate. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 1,280,905,335 cedis for the activities of the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition for the period for the 2025 financial year. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Ranking Member, you have the floor.
Thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the report of the estimate for Ministry of Energy and Green Transition. Mr. Speaker, some of the core functions of the ministry is to ensure reliable energy services to meet national demand, Mr. Speaker, and for export. And two, also is to ensure availability and security of future energy supplies. Mr. Speaker, I hope when this budget is being approved, the minister will make sure there's energy security in this country. And also, in 2024, under power distribution, the ministry provided engineering and consultancy services and supply of electrical equipment to 41 one district, one factory facilities across the country, and also provided electricity supply to some health facilities under Agenda 111 hospital. Mr. Speaker, why am I saying this? I'm happy that all these projects are in existence. That is why I'm saying this. Mr. Speaker, I would like to focus on nuclear power. When we met at the committee level, Mr. Speaker, we realized that all the staff at nuclear power agency, there is no permanent staff at the agency. All the staffs are people who have been seconded. Speaker,
Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Chibu.
Speaker, this is the budget of the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition. Speaker, this is a crucial ministry. And I see my good friend, the minister, he goes out and comes in. And then suddenly, the finance minister also follows. Speaker, he must sit. He should be seated and be listening to very important comments coming from members.
Honorable member, the minister is seated.
He just came in.
Honorable member, you have the floor. Continue your contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, all the staffs at the Nuclear Power Agency are seconded from either VRE or GAEC, that's Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. In such a big or a strategic power industry, we need to have a permanent staff at such an agency. So I'll urge the minister to try much as possible to have a permanent staff who can take charge of the agency. Mr. Speaker, nuclear power can play a significant role in energy transition by providing a stable, low-carbon energy sources that support economic growth and industrialization. Mr. Speaker, nuclear power generates electricity with minimal greenhouse gases emissions, making it a strong alternative to fossil fuels. Mr. Speaker, unlike solar and wind, it provides consistent baseload power, ensuring grid stability. Mr. Speaker, imported fossil fuels, Mr. Speaker, which are expensive and subject to price fluctuations, but nuclear power does not. Mr. Speaker, if we want energy security, we should try much as possible to include nuclear power in our energy generation mix. It's a strategic project that needs to have its own staff, Mr. Speaker, to help the nation. Mr. Speaker, two, there's another agency called Petroleum Hub Project that also, in the ingenuity of His Excellency, the President, one and only Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, also established for this country. And this is what this project is going to do for this country, Mr. Speaker. This initiative is aimed at positioning Ghana as a major player in the downstream petroleum sector in West Africa, Mr. Speaker. This project intends to attract investment in refining, petrochemical, storage and transportation of petroleum products in this country. Mr. Speaker, it's expected to create over 780,000 direct and indirect jobs for this country, Mr. Speaker, and also enhance Ghana's refining and storage capacity, reducing dependence on imported refined products, Mr. Speaker. It can also boost the country's foreign exchange earnings through export to neighboring countries. Mr. Speaker, I will urge this House to try much as possible. Mr. Speaker, I recommend to this House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 1,280,950,335 for them to be able to carry on with this laudable project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leadership after the comment of the ranking member.
Mr. Speaker,
yeah, Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to page 1 of the report? I see reference to the standing orders of Parliament of Ghana 2000. Is that the case? If that is not the case, the appropriate thing be done, and the clerk should caution all the staff not to, she knows what I'm talking about, not to just go related. Then, Mr. Speaker, page 5 of the committee's report, table 1, paragraph 2, it reads in words, the total expenditure of the ministry as at December stood at 1 billion in words. When you come to the table under table 1, you get 1.346 billion. So, Chairman of the committee, because it's budget, we are particular about the numbers. You cannot report 1 billion in your narrative in words and then report 1.3 billion in figures. We need the variance is too wide, Mr. Speaker. So provide an explanation for it. So that is page 5. Then page 6. I leave it there. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable members, the standing order is 2024, not 2000. Yes. Yes.
Speaker, let me. I'm going to say 1-1.
Honorable members, for each report, how many contributors are we taking? So I want to be guided by the leadership.
Speaker, okay, this is the first report, so we'll do 2-2, but subsequently, Speaker, we'll do 1-1. The leaders will conclude.
Very well. Honorable former Minister, are you on your feet to contribute? You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I rise to support the report requesting for the approval of some 1,200,000,000 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Energy. Mr. Speaker, there are a few issues I would like to look at. If you take the report, table paragraph 11.4, it talks about staff rationalization. Now, the question you ask yourself is that a government that has promised the good people of Ghana a lot of jobs, why are they seeking to sack people from the Petroleum Commission? Mr. Speaker, if you also take the issue of nuclear power, effectively, as I was the regional minister, our site at Western Region was discovered for the implementation of this project. Unfortunately, it seems that when we identify these sites, the budget in paying for compensations always seems to lack. And therefore, I'm appealing to the minister to ensure that there's enough money available immediately to source and also make sure that we are able to pay for these lands so that we can start the preparatory work in the region so that this project can come to life, because we all know that price fluctuations with nuclear power is more stable than the generation with both gas and then crude or even high energy fuels. Secondly, if you also look at the issue of petroleum hub, Mr. Speaker, it's one major project that the MPP launched during our term in office. And this project is supposed to generate in excess of 780,000 jobs. Mr. Speaker, this is very instructive that if the John Mahama government was looking at jobs for the young people, and if you look at the jobs that have been captured in the budget and even in the State of the Nation address, you realize that this is a game changer. And I believe that government will do whatever it takes to make sure that this project kicks off. Mr. Speaker, this project in particular is a PPP project. And usually when it's a PPP project like this, it is not proper that we keep changing the managing directors or the chief executives of this project. Because immediately you do so, it brings a certain level of uncertainty And I believe that now that we've gotten a new chief executive, we should find new ways of bringing the old chief executive closer so that the investors will have that confidence to bring in the money. Otherwise, it pushes a lot of these deals being done. And I believe that if we're able to do so for the petroleum hub, to create over 780,000 jobs, naturally, even the people of Western region will not be enough to do this job, and definitely it will overflow to the other parts of our country. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I would like to support the proposal for the budget of 1.2 billion for the Ministry of.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Leadership.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion and to focus on just some portions of the report. Speaker, if the minister, I can have your attention, not too long ago, he was in the House to apprise the House on plans and arrangement to upscale and develop the renewable energy sector. I see some statement relevant to that plan, but not exhaustive. Speaker, one of the cardinal, Minister, if you recall, one of the cardinal points you made as at the last time you presented a statement to the House was the public sector energy efficiency. And Speaker, he had suggested that public places such as the seat of government, the ministries and other key government institutions will be installed with solar panels. I thought there would be some plans in that regard. He also mentioned that the whole technical university will become an outfit for the training of engineers and technicians who are going to help in the upscale of the adoption of solar energy. This it cannot be found here. I want to urge the minister to take that into consideration. Again, Speaker, a while ago we amended the We Power Authority Act. And one of the reasons was to include renewable energy factor in the new act. Speaker, I think we need to sustain our effort in ensuring the enforcement of the new We Power Act moving forward. And there should be a dedicated action line in this regard. I can't see that. Elsewhere, the world is talking about emission level as the able ranking related to it. There's something we call the e-liability, which has become relevant because of the emission level. Of course, one can make the argument that in our part of the world, we don't emit so much, so it cannot be an issue. But we should be putting in place the structures for it. Speaker, I find statements related to the ECG. The previous government had put in place the cash waterfall mechanism, which had come in to help largely. I thought it would be apprised because it's a significant intervention in the management of the books of the ECG. And I thought that it should find expression in the scheme of things in the ministry, how these efforts will be sustained moving forward. The ranking member related to the nuclear power Ghana outfit, and he laments the fact that it doesn't have staff of its own, and they have to fall on secondment staff from VRA, which is not good enough. And going forward, there should be a dedication. I thought there should have been a line budget, because already the report says site has already been acquired for the exploration of nuclear power outfit. And it is not just about the site. I think the focus also has to do with the technicalities involved. So whilst we are acquiring the sites, Minister, if I have your attention, Honorable Minister, listen.
Honorable Minority Whip, just address the chair.
Chair, I will address
to you.
So we've acquired sites for nuclear power exploration. There should be a budget provision for it. I didn't find anything there. And so you may want to have a look at it again. Speaker, the last time when he came, promised that there will be a dedicated effort towards the exploration of nuclear power source. And if you look at our energy mix, it is something that is important that we need to start with. So I want to urge the minister to pay some good attention in that regard. Speaker, having said this, I think the plans are worthy of support, and I support the passage of the motion. I thank you, Speaker.
Yes, majority. Very well. Honourable Minister, would you want to conclude?
Mr. Speaker, except to thank you in particular and members, I've taken note of all the comments. Mr. Speaker, it does appear that this year, mainly because of the austerity, the budget for Ministry of Energy has been reduced by 400 million. And so maybe in the media review budget, we may have the opportunity to have an upward adjustment. Mr. Speaker, once again, let me thank you for indulging me. Thank you.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favour of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, this House approves the sum of 1,280,905,335 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition for the year ending 31st December 2025. Honourable members, item numbered 10. Minister responsible for roads and highways.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I write to move that this House, this Honourable House, approves the sum of 3,244,979 Ghana cedi and 979,700 Ghana cedi for the services of the Ministry of Road and Highways for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, this amount would help the ministry settle some of the debt owed to road contractors, rationalize our road portfolio, start the implementation of the Big Push project, reintroduce the road and bridges tolls, and also carry out maintenance of existing roads. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, motion moved. Any seconder?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by the Minister for Roads and Highways, and in supporting the motion, Speaker, I present the committee's report and request that the entirety of the report be covered by hazard a section of the House, whilst I concentrate on some of the observations and conclude accordingly. And so I move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 3,244,979,700 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Roads and Highways for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, the committee made some observations, among which are the lack of technical staff, delays in release of funds, Mr. Speaker, inadequate funding for the ministry, lack of comprehensive road network data, the reintroduction of road tolls and revenue mobilization, and others. Mr. Speaker, technical staff, lack of technical staff has been an issue for the ministry, thereby hampering their effectiveness, especially while there are new regions created. There also the need to provide officers. So the committee recommends to the Finance Minister to provide the appropriate support for the recruitment of adequate staff. Mr. Speaker, delay in release of funds have also some consequence on interest on delayed payment, thereby eating into the financial base of the ministry. And the committee recommends that the Finance Minister again should do well to ensure that appropriate releases are made and are made on time. Mr. Speaker, inadequate funding also was an observation. While the committee is appreciative and thank the government for the funds provided for the budget, or the budget allocation, and of course the reintroduction of the road toll that will bring in some more kitty, and also dedicating the road fund and uncapping it so there could be enough money for maintenance and so on. We still think that going forward, the ministry lacks some adequate financial support. Yes, the big push is also there, but attention must be given to the ministry in terms of providing the appropriate financial support. Mr. Speaker, lack of comprehensive road network data was also observed as one of the challenges, and indeed the issue relating to the appropriate road condition survey was to be addressed, and therefore budget lines should be provided for this area so that the ministry will have appropriate data in doing their work going forward. Mr. Speaker, the reintroduction of road tolls and revenue mobilization was observed to be a very laudable idea and policy, and therefore recommend that the government speeding up efforts in making sure that the road toll reintroduction has come to stay. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the road sector is crucial in delivering efficient road transportation system in Ghana. The minister's mandate of providing a road transport system that is responsive to the needs of society, accelerating economic growth and reducing poverty can be realized if the ministry is provided the needed resource for the expansion of the country's road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the sum of 3,244,979,700 Ghana cedis for the activities of the Ministry of Roads and Highways for the financial year ending 31st December 2025. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded, and it is now for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion for the approval of a sum of 3.244,979,700 billion for the Ministry of Roads and Highways for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, at the committee level, a few observations were made. And paragraph 8.1, which talks about the budgetary allocation. Mr. Speaker, the government allocated a total amount of 3.24 billion for the year 2025 to the ministry. This is about 30% less to the allocation that was made to the same ministry in 2024. It represents just 18%. It represents 18% of the planned budget that the ministry submitted to the finance ministry for approval. So what it means is that out of the total of 23 billion that was submitted to the ministry as planned programs, only 6 billion was approved by the Ministry of Finance for the Ministry of Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, this is very dangerous. A sector that contributes so much to the economy. And if you look at consistently, for the last 3 years, you could see there's a gradual decline in the allocation of resources to this ministry. And it is something that all of us need to pay attention to it. We cannot neglect the road sector. It is the backbone of the economy. And therefore, it is a sector that we need to pay more attention and give a lot of resources to this ministry. Mr. Speaker, the most worrying part is that whilst the total government expenditure each and every year keeps on skyrocketing, the allocation to the road ministry keeps dwindling, coming down, declining. It's a very dangerous trend, which as a house, we need to take key interest and prevail on the finance minister to ensure that enough resources are allocated to the sector to be able to carry on with the road infrastructure that this country needs. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 2.8.2, which talks about the delay in the release of funds and payment to contractors, is a very worrying trend. And it is not peculiar to this government or successive government or past government. It is something that you see a contractor goes to the road, start a project, and because funds are not released on time to the contractor, at a certain point in time, the contractor leaves the site. Then all the works that the contractor has done, before he gets money and goes back, the whole thing, the whole work that has been done becomes zero. Government has to find another resources to the contractor to vary the project, which comes at an extra cost to the state. So it is something that I want to encourage the finance minister, that timely releases of funds to the sector, to the road ministry, to pay contractors who are on site, who are embarking on some infrastructure project, so that they can continue without any break. It is important that we need to recognize that, so that they will get the necessary resources and ensure that they pay the contractors so that they can also do. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 8.3. Talks about the funding gap, which I've already spoken about. Mr. Speaker, because of this funding gap, you see the ministry, successive government, you see them every year, they go beyond their budget and even overspend their budget. It is because the sector is not allocated, enough is not allocated to the sector. So they now go beyond and give a lot of project, a lot of contract. That is why I come about the make sure they give it, they carry it to the following year, and it is approved. And all this comes up and pile ups and becomes a debt around the neck of the state. So, Mr. Speaker, it's something that we need to look at it. Whilst we are talking about the funding gap, at the committee level, I encourage the minister that we should look for other sources that we can use to close the gap, the funding gap, because if clearly it shows that there's a fatigue, in government fatigue in allocation of resources for the road sector, it means government budget alone cannot, we can't rely on government budget alone in constructing or providing our road infrastructure. And what it means is that we need to go beyond the government allocation of resources and look for other means to be able to concern. I was happy that the minister made mention of an arrangement that they are looking at how to get those mining companies in the mining areas to make sure that roads adjoining in those areas become the responsibilities of the mining companies to do those projects, so that that burden will be taken off from government. I also recommended to them that we shouldn't rule out the PPP arrangement, which is very key. We need to look at how we can use the PPP arrangement like we are doing the Temamoto way. We should look at other more intensive economic routes within the country and then have a PPP arrangement so that we can use that to construct that route and tow it. I was happy the minister is taking the bold step in reintroducing, bringing back the collection of tolls, which is very critical. And I stated it here during the Senate debate, that if you look at the media budget report, paragraph 85 in 2024, the Minister of Finance stated it categorically that the then government wants to ensure that he brings back the collection of the road toll. And I'm happy the new minister, the new government is coming to take it from where. But the good thing that he assured the committee that all the collections will go directly into an escrow account. And going into the escrow account means that the ministry now can rely on it, leverage on it, and get more resources from elsewhere to be able to construct the roads that we need. So I think, Mr. Speaker, is something that I want to
Yes, are you on a point of order?
Yeah, rightly so, Mr. Speaker. The ranking member keeps hammering on the fact that we need to collect road tolls for PPP projects. And I want to bring this to his attention. That's why I was calling the attention of the minister. Whether we are collecting the appropriate tolls to enable serious investors consider PPP arrangements. So when you are summing up, I would want to listen to you on that.
Honourable Member, you may have your turn to contribute to the debate.
Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Ranking Member, you have the floor.
That is where I was even coming to. He just took it. I was coming to urge the minister that it is not just about introducing the road toll. If you look at the entire sub-region, Ghana is the country that is charging the lowest toll. The average toll across Africa is equivalent of $1 equivalent, and that is what we need to. Any serious investor who want to come and construct any road in this country, Mr. Speaker, you need to have the collection or the toll fee should be something that they can leverage on to construct.
So, Honourable Member, if I get you right, we should not only collect the road toll, but we should collect the appropriate road toll.
It's not about just opening up and collecting the tolls. If we cannot collect the appropriate tolls, which I am saying that the average in the sub-Saharan Africa is $1, equivalent of $1. So if we are bringing back that toll, then we should be looking at charging the same equivalent in cities to be able to accumulate enough money to construct our road without relying solely on the GOG allocation that goes to the ministry. And I think it is something that the minister also recognizes the contribution or the suggestion, and they are working on it. And we will help him as a house. There is a bipartisan approach that we are taking to ensure that we are able to work together to bring back and to accrue enough resources to meet the various roads needs, the needs that we have in constructing our roads. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is something that all of us will have to support. But, Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I also want to urge the minister, and I've already made mention to the minister, that it is time that we need to also look at the fuel levies that goes into the road fund. 45 pesos. How many years now since we took it to 45 pesos? Today, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, a kilometer of a bitumen surfacing road is costing between $400,000 to $600,000. The same kilometer of an asphaltic overlay is between $1.2 to $1.5 million. We are talking about dual carriage, which is about $2 million to $2.5 million. We are talking about heavy investment. How do we get money to do this kind of investment. Everybody is talking about road. We want our road. We want to construct our road. But we have forgotten how to get the resources to construct the road. And because we don't have the resources, any government comes, everybody want to pile up, want to do everybody roads. They make commitment, then a lot of debt. Now the ministry is saddled with a lot of debt. They are aware when they met the committee. Almost about, if you look at both GOG and road fund together, we are talking about 21 billion. These are unpaid certificates that is sitting in their books. And this one is even up to December 2024. So it is something that this house, we all have to come together and review the fuel levy that goes into the road fund. We should review it. Even if you review it to even upwards, we need to review it upwards. That is the only way we will get enough to construct our road. That is the only way that will relieve the Ministry of Roads from the accumulation of debt that they are accumulating there. Now, as you speak, road fund alone is owing almost about, it's saddled with close about 6 billion. If we are able to review the fuel levy even a little bit to even, let's say 90 pesos, every year we'll be getting almost about 7 billion. This should be enough to be paying off our debt and even getting enough to construct some roads. So it is something that I want to show, Mr. Speaker. I want to urge the House to support the committee's report to approve the budget for the ministry so that they will be able to have money to attend to the various needs at the ministry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, I may indulge you to make a comment, but may I refer you to page 11 of your committee's report and to ask item 2, goods and services. If you add up the two items there, I do not see 842,974,927, page 11. So let's look at it quite carefully. Then, Mr. Speaker, it leads me to CAPEX. The CAPEX numbers. Are we to suggest that apart from the 2,275,000, you are not adding up the IGF and donor funds in order to arrive at a total? You have provided a column for total. If I follow it, I want to be able to be sure that my totals sum up. So take care of page 11. Then, Mr. Speaker, my contribution, a very important ministry. There is no member of parliament here who does not have a road problem in his constituency. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we all will want unanimously that enough resources is made available to the Minister for Roads in order that he would not only maintain but keep the country motorable both for goods and for services. But, Mr. Speaker, let me again refer you to paragraph 9.5, and this is just a suggestion to the road committee for purpose of the future. Reintroduction of road tolls and revenue mobilization. It will be important next time. This is a committee of parliament, and budget oversight remains our most important responsibility as a parliament. How much has the state lost for not undertaking road tolls? I believe that should have been captured by your report, and then you make projections how much the state can gain if we were to reintroduce road toll. Then we can encourage the Honourable Minister that don't go beyond April 30th. We want to see road tolls functional, and then we can incorporate what returns comes into the road fund. But, Mr. Speaker, my greatest worry, I listened to the Honourable Minister for Roads severally, and the Minister for Finance. I've heard that road fund debt is 21 billion. Commitment about 105 billion. I do not find any of this fine expression in, because that responsibility will Who pays that debt? When will that debt be paid? When will Parliament make provisions for that debt? And Mr. Speaker, as Parliament, it is not just about us, road contractors. We have a responsibility to them. How are we working in a manner that they can retire their debt, that the interest which is consuming many of them into getting BP and dying suddenly is dealt with? So when you do a report like this and you don't report the road sector debt, because I recall in some meeting somewhere where 61 billion attributable to it was 29 billion men for the road sector together with it. Now you have a road report to Parliament which conspicuously doesn't capture that. I have some concern in respect of that. But Mr. Speaker, 3 billion, 3.2 billion for road, then how are we going to get good roads in our various constituencies? Whether it's Sanargo, I was reminding the road minister, his very good friend, the Honorable Jinapo, Minister for Energy. One day, Minister traveled to Mpaha, and you understand the predicament of our Minister for Roads if he has to travel to Mpaha, or between Nakpanduri and Bimpurugu, the road there, and then through my good friend, the Honorable Minister for Transport, Wapuli Cherpuni Saboba, under the present big push. So you have to push that some of this who doesn't benefit directly from your budget are captured in the present big push so that those rules can be done. I thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Asensubachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion to approve the sum of 3,244,997,000 for the Road Ministry of Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleagues, especially the last point made by our very own senior Honorable Idrisu, and of course the ranking member of the committee, that the amount in question is really inadequate. From experience, you know that who are a road minister and a member of parliament, is on you to find a kilometer or two of roads in your constituency. Mr. Speaker, the problem, many of which have been outlined in the report, for instance, the delay in the release of funds and inadequate problem, are not some structural problem in our country where we are not able to grow our economy as we should. When the Honorable Energy Minister was speaking, he was talking about the fact that we are currently in some sort of austerity period. And Mr. Speaker, even during austerity, that is the time that you have to plan and plan prudently. We do not have money, we do not have the resources to implement every single road in our country today. But the reason why we embark on road infrastructure, among other things, the most important thing is to support the economic growth of our country. 3 weeks ago, I was speaking on the same issue when we were debating the President's State of the Nation address, and the issue of debt came about. And I maintain the point that we have debt because we are implementing road infrastructure that will support economic growth. Mr. Speaker, in the 1950s, when the United States of America, wanted to transform its economy and grow its economy, one of the critical decisions they made is to make sure that they construct dual carriage roads, highways between the various 50 states. And when they did, Mr. Speaker, for every dollar spent on the highways, they got 6 What it means that they got 600% increase. That is the power, that is the value of road infrastructure. So it is important that a period that you are talking about, inadequate funds, financial constraints, austerity, it is important that we prioritize the kind of road infrastructure that will bring value, that will support economic growth. Accra-Kumasi Road, which is the most important, and that is where you get more resources to implement other roads. Cape Coast, Accra-Takoradi Road. Today, about 60 to 70% of our tourism earnings, we get it from that economic corridor. I personally think that we don't need airports in Cape Coast, in Accra. What we need is a very modern highway from Accra to Takoradi. And we can do that journey in an hour and a half. That will transform the tourism dynamics in our country. So I want to encourage my successor, Honorable Kwame Abuja Govins, that he should prioritize the funding that he has and make sure that he embarks on road projects that will bring value, that will help in the economic development of our country. Once that is done, he can therefore get enough money to do all the other projects. Mr. Speaker, with these few remarks, I want to support the motion for the approval of the 3.2 billion Ghana cedis for the roads and highways sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the committee and those who have contributed. Mr. Speaker, you said leadership. Oh, so you want? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are they yielding to you?
Yeah, two. Who is the second one?
Leadership, are you yielding?
Speaker, it is so. I'm yielding to him.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the appropriation being requested by the committee. Mr. Speaker, if you take the appropriation for 2024, the total was 4.613,561.787 million. And then when you look at the appropriation for the budget allocation for 2025, the figure comes down to 3,244,979.70. Clearly, it shows that the big push being pushed by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is just not pushing, because road infrastructure is a clear investment in pushing the nation. So if you take a government that you are criticizing that didn't do so much, and you have come to reduce the amount from 4 billion to 3 billion, then clearly the big push is just not pushing. Mr. Speaker, one other area that they have looked at is the lack of comprehensive road network data. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this debate about the number of kilometers being constructed, routine maintenance, wherever, we need to sit and agree as a country which parameters we are all going to measure. Because in some instances, they will tell you that even the road network is just an inventory. It's not work done. Otherwise, we will continue to confuse Ghanaians, and people will not know the actual real work being done by the politicians on the roads we have in this country. Mr. Speaker, we are also aware that one of the major causes of the large expenditure we incur in our road construction is the recurrent rehabilitation, recurrent routine maintenances that don't last. Most of the times, roads are designed for 7 years, like the normal bituminous surface for 7 years, asphalt for 15 years. But year one after road surfacing, you realize that there are potholes we need to maintain. And we just keep throwing monies left, right, and center away. And I believe that the road design issue is one area our main architect, who is now the minister, should be looking at. Whether we are going concrete roads, which are far cheaper in terms of the duration, because when you do a concrete road, we are sure we can get it for 15 years, not 15 years. And if you have to just top up the amount, because usually the sub-base and the base and the wearing costs are usually the same. It's just the wearing cost which is different from either asphalt or bituminous surfaces. So we have to take a decision as a country. If it even costs us 20% more and get the roads from lasting from 15 years to 50 years, I believe that that should be the new agenda we need to set for ourselves as a country. Because if it's concrete road, we are sure we will get labor all across our road corridors. Because masons and normal labor, you can get it. If it's asphalt, not until you're an engineer, you cannot supervise it or you cannot even participate. So I believe that we need to really look at this critically. Because if you take the motorway, it's been there for years, over 60 years now, and it's doing so well. So we need to really look at the design of the roads we have in this country. Otherwise, we'll continue to be talking about this huge debt our contractors are incurring and not being able to pay. If we take the amount for even keepers, it's just about 2 billion compared to the debts in the road sector, which is over 20 billion. Then, even if you are using the whole budget for this year, it will take us 10 good years just paying debt without doing any new roads. And it's very unfortunate. And I believe that now that we are passing this budget, the minister should come back to this house with maybe a new policy in measuring our efforts and then also giving us some new designs that we can be using for our roads. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, we also know that we have these drip machines that have been allocated to the districts. Mr. Speaker, this project was actually a request from the regional ministers at that time to get our roads being done and motorized all the time. Unfortunately, it seems that after the government took over, these machines have all been packed. And I've even been told that they are being asked to move to the regional administration. Mr. Speaker, the roads are not in the regional capitals. The roads are in the communities, they are in the districts, and then they are in the rural areas. At least we need to keep them working. We just want a little fuel or some agreement between the Ministry of Roads and the district assemblies or the local government minister. We should be able to give them some fuel to keep these machines on the road and keeping all our roads in the country more travel, so that the huge burden on our farmers, on our rural commuters will be lessened, and the food stock that we're getting into the towns will be lesser for us to buy food at affordable prices. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I believe that we need to support the Minister for Roads to approving that doing some work.
Thank you very much, Honourable Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that each and every one of us here has a road problem in our constituency. When I made the statement, I highlighted the arrears that the sector has, the outstandings, the commitments. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that no matter what we do, it will be difficult for us to manage the figures when it comes to road infrastructure. And I think that it is because we probably haven't really sat down to think through the fundamentals of road infrastructure financing. How should road infrastructure be financed? What has tended to happen is for road resources to to be allocated to the more affluent and powerful. So you take Accra, a place like airport residential area, East Legon, all the affluent communities, cantonments, Rage, where the affluent and powerful in society reside, they tend to get a disproportionately higher allocation of the resources for road infrastructure. And in the same Greater Accra, you find the rural parts of Accra, or even in the city, you find the less affluent communities, the limitation of the same resource. Sometimes they are within the same neighborhood, but the affluent get better, the rich get more, the poor and less powerful almost get nothing. If you go to the big cities, I'm sure Greater Kumasi area, you see there is the same pattern. You go to Takoradi, the same pattern. You go to Tamale, the same pattern. Where the poor are subsidizing the rich. Because you are taking taxes from everybody and you are investing more of the taxes in the neighborhoods where the rich live and abandoning the neighborhoods where the poor live. So this inequity in the allocation of road financing must be stopped. In the developed societies, where they understand the basics, city roads are financed by cities. So when you live in the city, you pay for the city roads. In the US, they have federal roads. They are the ones that the federal government finances. Then they have county roads. They are the ones financed by the county. So where you live, you the one utilizing the road, you should be responsible for financing the road. The state may have a special economic interest in developing certain sectors. And I heard the Honorable Asenso say that roads must ensure economic development. So where the state defines a certain zone as a special economic area and wants to opportunities or enhance those economic opportunities, then there is justification. If we don't read and we continue with this pattern, where we tax the poor and take and do the roads in the neighborhoods of the rich, where we do roads to the towns and villages of politically powerful and abandon roads to locations that have huge farms and economic opportunities that we could exploit, we will continue to get it wrong. And I hope that those who allocate at the ministry level will begin to think properly how we can finance roads. So, for instance, in Greater Accra, in the municipalities, in the towns, we should encourage those who reside there to invest in their roads. And that is why we should push the responsibility to the assemblies. And the assembly should find a way of making sure their property rates also account for road infrastructure. Property rates also account for drainage infrastructure. We take our value of your property in East Legon will shoot up to $2 million and we don't get a share of it. Why should we? So this kind of thinking must begin to inform how we finance road infrastructure. Otherwise, every year we'll meet here and lament, and yet the problem will persist. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleagues that the allocations will be inadequate, but going forward, as we begin to think through the problem as a government, and given arrangement, we believe that a lot more will come to finance the many demands that we have for road infrastructure across the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, any concluding remark?
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make these closing remarks. I take on board all the very important points made by colleagues, especially the former roads minister, the education minister, and others. Mr. Speaker, it is heartwarming to note that gradually the debate about roads is gravitating towards financing, because I believe, Mr. Speaker, it's all about financing. There are issues about the quality of the work that are carried out sometimes, but even that you can trace it back to lack of payment and lack of supervision, which boils down to money. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree that we need to have a full-blown discussion as to how we fund roads. Portfolio of almost 30 billion and above, and you have 3 billion. It will be surprising that 40 billion is what you owe right now. It is the money you should pay for work done. So it's not money meant that this budget in reality shouldn't be even doing a portal patching tomorrow morning, simply because we owe 30 billion. But we cannot say that until we pay all that, we will not do any new thing. No, we need to, as the former minister says, we need to prioritize, Mr. Speaker, and we need to be realistic. Even if you go to hospital, you go to A&E, the doctors look at whose situation could kill him immediately and whose situation could wait a bit. So he selects, we might have to prioritize that. But a colleague talked about the drip. No, we are not abandoning the drip machines in conjunction with other state entities. So nobody is going to relocate the drip machines to a regional capital. That is not the intention. The 3 billion is not the only money available for road. Indeed, there's 13 billion for big push in the budget. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, we have started preparing a few of the projects under the big push in anticipation of the 13 billion. So you will see very shortly. Mr. Speaker, the road toll is a significant matter, and I want to thank my good friend, the ranking. I remember an argument like Yomi Roads openly supporting the decision to increase from 7 cedi to 7 pesos to 45 pesos, which moved Accra from 250 million Ghana cedi to 1.2 billion. I think it's the same thing he's talking about, which in fact, I must say that Honorable Haruna and I actually met Honorable the former road minister and gave him the same assurance that we will be able to support if he were to intend to move but I think politics got into the way, and I'm sure that politics hasn't run away yet. It's still around. So Mr. Speaker will help, and I agree that the accruals are leaking, and then nobody can account for it. It has to come in a different format, but we cannot use this alone. Mr. Speaker, like I said the last time, we are yet to discover or to implement a fit-for-purpose PPP on road. As of today, there's no viable PPP project on any road. And I insist, Accra in Ghana, Accra Motorway has nothing to do with PPP. It is only government of Ghana that is paying. That project is purely a GOG project. Though this House approved a PPP, all that has been paid for that project so far is just GOG money. Nobody has put in a cedi or a dollar. Mr. Speaker, I also agree that we should take a look. Without a doubt, from the figures I've seen, Mr. Speaker, Greater Accra takes a chunk of our expenditure on road. Greater Accra takes a chunk of our expenditure on road. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there's a particular region I cannot mention. It is difficult to see any road project going on in that region, which is not good for us. And there's another, every asphalt costs 3 times surface dressing. Do we need asphalt everywhere? I don't think we need, Mr. Speaker. It looks good, it's not even lasting. So it's a discussion we need to have. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll take all these things on board, and we'll have a full discussion on how we sustainably fund roads in our country. And I thank colleagues for the support for a potential better, financing of our roads. And together we can build the roads we all want together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This House accordingly approved the sum of 4,979,700 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Roads and Highways for the year ending 31st December 2025. All members, motion numbered 8. And technology.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister is unavoidably absent, so I want to get your permission to allow the Minister for Roads to take the report.
Please, leave this accordingly granted. Well, minority
application.
There's an application for me to grant leave for the Minister for
very
Roads.
difficult, and he says unavoidably absent. The Speaker has cautioned us the excessive usage of that expression, unavoidably absent. Speaker, and I have that today I have been abundantly cooperative. We have been so kind to him. Oh no. Except that we insist the ministers should be here to sharpen their motions. I mean, this is a very important matter. I won't harm you. But this is so basic. Honorable Agboja was here in the morning. He was here. If it is the case that when he returns, we will take the motion. Because on this occasion, we are unable to support. Let's move on to the next motion. We are cooperating on the next motion, but not on environment.
Yes, I'm a majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Whip is my very good friend. We have a dinner arrangement today. This is not to bribe him, but we have a dinner arrangement today. It was arranged even before this discussion came up. So, Speaker,
in view of the fact that we have a dinner arrangement, I'm tempted to grant the leave.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the state of the
Mr. Speaker, this is the first budget of the minister. And to give him the opportunity to appreciate all the observations made and the recommendations out there, I believe strongly that we cannot take it today. We have to wait. I have done my own investigation, and I'm sure tomorrow you'll be available. So today and tomorrow is not too far. Are you begging me? if he's not going to be here, the next.
Mr. Speaker, I've added her to the dinner today. So, I've added her. All this is to appeal to join the dinner. All this is to appeal to join the dinner.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the stead of my colleague, Honorable Murtala Mohammed, to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 985,250,406 Ghana cedi for the services of the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, this amount is expected to support the ministry oversight the activities of the CSIR to address some of the staff shortages they have, work with the EPA, implement the government e-waste program, and then supervise the activity. Also take the steps to protect their landed property, which is so moved.
Motion moved. Any seconder? Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by the available Minister for Environment. The Hazard Department to capture the complete report as having been read. Whilst I dwell on the observations and recommendations, Mr. Speaker, the committee met and looked at the ministry's budget. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that the total budget allocation to the ministry for the year 2025 is 985,250,460 cedis, while in 2024, Mr. Speaker, the allocation to the ministry and its agencies was 1,173,985,818.34 pesos, giving a difference of 188,735,412 cedis and 34 pesos, representing a reduction of 16.8% for a committee as important as for a ministry as important as science and technology, environment. The committee felt that this was grossly inadequate. The committee was concerned, Mr. Speaker, that the reduction indicated that this unfortunate development could have a debilitating effect on most of their major priorities. Also was that the Foundry and CNC Machine Tooling Center project was initiated in April 2020 by the government of Ghana under the Ghana Cares Obatampa program at a cost of 344,142,365 cedis and 74 pesos to drive industrialization. The project subsequently resumed in 2024. The project, when completed, is expected to provide approximately 5,191 jobs. Full operationalization of the project is expected in September 2025. The Ministry of Finance has allocated 50 million cedis for CAPEX, which is inadequate, Mr. Speaker. However, the ministry intends to allocate an additional 54 million out of its 60 million to solve. Mr. Speaker, the committee also expressed serious concern over the persistent inadequacy of budgetary allocation to the ministry and its agencies, considering the important role research and development play in the socio-economic development of the country. A situation that continues to hamper its operational efficiency and overall performance. 985,250,406 cedis allocation for the year 2025 to the ministry. 12,822,745 and 425,442,220 cedis was earmarked for goods and services and compensation of employees' respectability to fulfill its core research mandate, thereby stifling innovation and impeding evidence-based policy making. Mr. Speaker, one other observation that the committee made was that the high attrition rate at the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, GhanaWeb. The committee took serious note of the conditions of service. The committee expressed concern that the continuous loss of highly skilled and experienced personnel poses a significant threat to the effective functioning of the institution, particularly in its role as a key driver of scientific research, technological advancement, nuclear technology, and scientific innovation. Given the strategic importance of GhanaWeb to national development, especially in areas such as the committee stressed the urgent need for pragmatic measures to address the poor conditions of service that are compelling employees to seek opportunities elsewhere.
Any conclusion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what I'm going to do. Mr. Speaker, the NRA, that is the Nuclear Regulatory Authority, was 23,527,040 cedis. Whilst in 2024, 21,042,634 cedis and 90 pesos was allocated. In 2024, the authority needed to urgently employ 61 chin of Ghana's nuclear power program. Clearance was granted to only 25 additional employees. The committee recommends that the NRA should be given clearance to employ additional 36 staff to augment their staff strength. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee, having examined the activities of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology for the year 2025, recommends that its report be adopted by the House. 250,406 Ghana cedis be approved for the ministry to enable it to undertake its activities for the year 2025. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded, and it is now for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Hamza.
Opportunity to support the motion to approve a sum of 985,258,406 for the services of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. Mr. Speaker, given that my chairman has spoken of it, Mr. Speaker, the committee realized that the scientists are continue to do their best for this country, despite the challenges, numerous challenges that they are facing, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, we realize that the issues that came up from the scientists has to do with the perennial matter that which is funding for their activities, Mr. Speaker. Realize that the scientists' compensation, the compensation for the various agencies continue to be very high as against very little allocation for goods and services. So you find that these scientists are there with the intelligence within to undertake their adequate funding to undertake their activities. So we, the committee, feel that these proactive measures have to be taken to ensure that more funds are made, that the steps will be taken by the finance minister to ensure the implementation of the research and development fund to complement the support for science, Mr. Speaker. We also realize that the completion of the foundry is important for this country because it has the potential to employ over 5,000, to create over 5,000 jobs for the people in this country. And it is about 70% complete. So we feel that according to GAI, they need about 200 million to be able to complete it. And we feel that it is important that we give priority to this and ensure that we get the 200 million to complete this work. Mr. Speaker, we also realize that GAIC, National Biosafety, and other agencies are battling with the issue of attrition rate. So a lot of them their scientists are running away due to poor funding. And we feel that steps should be taken to ensure that their conditions of service, are improved to retain these scientists. Otherwise, the future of our science industry stands at risk. Mr. Speaker, we also realize that the eco-levy, the committee noted that the eco-levy mobilization is quite little. It's not encouraging. So we asked, Speaker, they indicated that only about 0.5% of the e-waste fund comes to the agency. And so for that matter, it makes it very difficult for them to be able to mobilize. And so we feel that the e-waste Act 917 needs to be amended so that we can enhance the percentage that goes to the agency, and once they're able to get sufficient fund, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, EPA raised a very serious matter which needs the attention of Finance Minister. According to EPA, when they mobilize more than their budgetary allocation, they are not allowed to utilize that money. Minister of Finance will retain. So, given the development we have in the environment space, where our environment continues to be degraded, we need to
please conclude. We have a lot of reports to take.
Mr. Speaker, just to wrap up, the EPA their presence needs to be felt across all districts. And given the opportunity, when they mobilize, they should be given the opportunity to utilize the full amount instead of the Ministry of Finance retaining part of the money. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I want to support the motion to approve the sum of 985,250,406 for the services of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology for the year ending 31st December 2025. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Approval of the budget of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. Mr. Speaker, my chairman and able ranking have given their comments, and for that reason, mine will be very short, and to say that having gone through the report or having seen the agencies under the ministry, one can only conclude that these agencies are the most, in my view, important agencies for the survival of our country. If you look at the Environmental Protection Agency, the Ghana Atomic Agency Commission, Council for Scientific and Industrial Reports, the Nuclear Regulatory Authority, and National Biosafety Authority. And so, Mr. Speaker, having realized that these agencies are so important, one would have expected that adequate funds would have been allocated to them. But I understand that the country has limited resources and that not every agency will get what it wants or what it actually deserves. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe that agencies sometimes make money for themselves. You see that the EPA makes a lot of money from the IGF. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe that they can make even more. And that is what I want to say in this, my submission, that the EPA must be encouraged to make more from their own internally generated funds. Because, Mr. Speaker, one of the ways they make money is from environmental violators. And you know, in this country, a lot of companies, a lot of individuals, a lot of institutions violate the environmental regulations we have in this country every day, every time. And so if the EPA were to do their work very well, I believe that they will not even need the GOD support. They can make a lot of money from the IGF. And so I believe it's something we really need to look at. And then when they appeared before us and we mentioned the IGF, they made us understand that they operate within the fees and charges regulation. And so, Mr. Speaker, if we can, as a House, look at their fees and charges and then maybe increase the rate for them and encourage them to make more money from finding the environmental violators, I believe that the burden on the government purse will go down. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things we also realized from meeting the agencies was the fact that, and I believe that it is the same for all the agencies, the amount allocated to them, more than 80% of that goes into compensation. And so when they, in fact, one of them said that it looks like they are being paid to just come and sit in the office because they don't have the tools to work. They don't have capacity, I mean, as in the finance, the money to do jobs. They don't have that. And so government should, as a matter of urgency, make more money available for them to be able to do their work. If you look at the work of these scientists, they are so very important, but they tell us that they don't have the tools to do the work. And as a result of that, we're told that most of them actually leave their country and go to Europe and America for greener pastures. It is pathetic, and as a country, we need to do better. Mr. Speaker, before I sit down, I believe that as a country, we really need to look at how we invest in the technology aspect of our development. Look, if you look at the ministry, it's Ministry for Environment, Science and Technology. In fact, the previous government actually added an innovation. But if you look at the budget for the ministry, the big chunk of the funds go to the environmental protection, which is good, but we should be looking at investing more in the science and technology aspect. This is where the world is going to, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the fact that Apple alone invested about $500 billion in AI alone, it tells you the importance of this technological advancement and the fact that countries are investing huge sums of money into it. So government should look at that and spend more money into research for this institution. I believe that if we do that, this country will go far. And so, Mr. Speaker, on that, I thank you for the opportunity and I yield the floor.
Yes, Honorable Minority Chief.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion for the approval of the advertised amount in lieu of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. Speaker, at the risk of being repetitive, let me focus on few areas my respected ranking and the chair and the vice chairman have done justice to the issues. Just to conclude on few provisions. Speaker, the environment in recent times across the globe, issues about environment are huge. And governments across the globe attach a lot of importance to it. One of the agencies under the ministry, which is the EPA, could become the agency to lead the way in blazing the trail, in changing the narrative, especially in terms of raising IGF. The ministry must do everything and anything permissible by law to strengthen the EPA. The EPA is limited in scope and in reach. There are many regions in the country where the EPA does not even operate there. But there are relevant activities there that the EPA will need to play oversight over them. But yet, because they don't have the necessary oxygen, they are unable to operate in this area. And one side of the coin is that apart from working against the operations of the ministry, it's also not helping in the raising of IGF. And so the ministry, if it is strengthened, particularly the agency EPA strengthened enough, eventually they may end up not even taking funding from central government. And that's fact. Experts have done the extrapolation and they are telling us this. Speaker, not to overflog the issues, page 9 of the report, status of the Foundry Computer Numerical Control Project. Speaker, this is a very, very important project started by the previous government. I'm told it's gotten to 70% of completion, and it has a potential of raising a lot of IGF. If you look at the funding provision in the context of this project, there is a funding gap of some 200 million that needs to be provided. And I want to urge, I wish the Minister of Finance is here. This is a project that can raise funding to reduce the call for funding to the ministry. So how can we gloss over a project like that? It's so important and it's something we need to look at. Then the ranking member, Prof, you related to research and development. The Center for Scientific and Industrial Research. So last year, they developed a number of crop varieties that were, one, resistant to bad weather and also resistant to pest invasion. And they have shown the potential to develop more of such varieties. If you look at the provision, the funding provision to CSR and in respect of research and development, it's woefully inadequate. It is woefully inadequate, and we cannot allow this to fester on, considering where our development is as a country. It's something we need to look at. We have to do something about it. I am speaking in support, but particularly on this matter, I think that we have to tease it out and get some response from the minister. We cannot leave it as it is. Research and development is the backbone of every country. Now, we are hearing stuff of atomic energy. High attrition rate. Why? Because there is no funding to pay skilled staff to be maintained. So the maintenance of skilled staff at an important institution like atomic energy has become a challenge. It's become a challenge. We are all one breath talking about the development of nuclear energy. We are talking about development of plant varieties that will be resistant to changes in the vagaries of the weather and also pest invasion. Yet the support for the research and development has come lacking. So, Speaker, I speak in support of the motion. I support that we should pass it, but in the area of research and also the ongoing CNC project, which has the potential of raking in a lot of funding, the committee leadership, Speaker, you may have to direct with respect to you, that the committee leadership should follow through. So we are passing the motion contingent on some engagement with the Minister of Finance to provide some additional oxygen in this regard. Speaker, it's become relevant globally that there is something we call e-liability. We are told the production of steel and cement, they are the worst culprits in terms of emission. EPA should be strengthened to the extent that companies in this country who are polluting most, in the principle of polluter pays, they should be held liable and should make some payment to the state. This is the narrative of the group, and this is the current narrative in terms of sustainability and environmental issues which is governing the world. And Ghana cannot be an exception. I think we have to make a bold decision, especially in supporting the EPA to this call. Having said this, I support the passage of the motion. I thank you, Speaker.
Yes, majority. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House accordingly approved the sum of 9. $185,250,406 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Take it, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Deputy Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I support the application. Thank you.
Yes, the House is accordingly suspended for an hour.